We welcome you back live to the round of 8 on the Charles River here in Boston. You are watching the Open Team Racing National Championships, and as we resume coverage, we finally get underway on the final day of action here in Cambridge. Race number 133 is off and running, the beginning of Flight 4. It is Georgetown and Brown. They have hit the water, and we will dive in more as this race proceeds. A recap of the standings and where things sit. We've got 19 more races to go combined here in the round of 8 before we establish the top 4. It's about a 6-horse race fighting for those 4 spots, with Georgetown and Coast Guard looking to create havoc in their wake. And as we dial in, we welcome Clay Johnson and Gloria Kevlicuite here into the broadcast as well. And guys, it looks like Brown and Georgetown ready to go and making no waste of finally some wind that we've got here on the water today.
Yeah, it's been a long morning so far. The sailors showed up and the breeze was pretty light and had some time on shore to wait for it to come up. But things happen quick in team racing and on the Charles. And it looks like they have sent all the sailors out onto the water in a light westerly. The updates I've received from MIT coach Matt Lindblad said the westerly is kind of pulsing in and out, and they're hoping that it's enough that they can get a couple of these races going. So I know Brown and Georgetown are the first races, and hopefully they get off soon.
Gloria, take us through the mentality. So they've abandoned this start. You're an athlete. You're out there today. You've been sitting around now for over 2 hours, and now you're here at the starting line, and they say, all right, let's abandon this. What's going through your head?
Yeah, honestly, pretty gruesome sometimes. And it can take a total mental toll on some people. I would say the biggest thing is, like, team racing is a team aspect at the end of the day. So I'd want all my teammates having their head in the game. So I would say the most important thing, especially on a light air day, is going to be boat handling. You'll see a lot of players fall back with one bad tack. They'll just lose their position in the race. So if I was out there, I would waste no time, and I would probably just get my teammates to just go upwind with me, practice boat speed, boat handling, get some tacks in, get some jibes in, and just get everybody warmed up, because they've been sitting on shore for quite some time, and you really want to warm up when you get out there, because you don't want the race to be a warm up.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because the breeze came in so quickly, they want us, we've been delayed this whole time. They want to get the races going. Taking advantage of these few moments before the race starts to warm up your boat handling is important. And you can see in the background some of the other teams are doing that. Looks like we're now back in sequence for the first race of the day. And so I think, what are the teams here? Georgetown and Brown. Brown's in the lower boats, 1, 2, and 3 in red, and Georgetown is in the blue boats, 16, 17, 18. And they're kind of jockeying right now for the start.
Yeah. Clay, would you say on a light air day you'd want to be one of the boats that's leading to the start line or pushing to the starting line?
Great question, Gloria. I think on a light air day, I'd probably want to lead to the start, because you'd never want to be too far behind and realize you don't have enough wind to get to where you want to be. You can always slow your opponent down and lead them in. But you can see as these guys start here, it looks like the red team, Brown, has set up in a nice spot. They own the pin, so they own the left side of the course with number 3. They own the boat, so they own the right side of the course with number 1. And number 2 is to leeward of his pair in the middle. I might look for number 1 to tack out here and maintain their coverage of the right side of the course, and there they go. So when it comes to diagramming how you want to start, I think these guys did a really nice job to get this race going. Yeah.
Do you think that you'd also want to be minimizing your tacks on a light air day like this, or, like 18 just flopped over? Do you think one did a good job of staying out on the right-hand side and minimizing their tacks, or do you think tacks are going to kind of be your
That's another really good component to what the racing is going to be like today. In light air, if you have good boat handling, you can actually gain on your tacks and your maneuvers. So look for these teams to throw in a lot of tacks and a lot of jibes and use that to their advantage when needed. And in college sailing, that's allowed. So I think we're going to see a pretty boat handling heavy day from these athletes.
Yeah, I feel like the downwinds can be full of gasping for air if you're really getting close to one another.
Yes, it's a lot of quick maneuvers in a row. So these guys are in great shape and in the best years of their lives, and they can do it.
There you go. Yeah, I think we're going to see one kind of continuously defending the right-hand side. They're doing a really good job of keeping the fleet under their boom. So essentially the way I like to describe that is if the skipper and crew, if they were both to look underneath their boom, they can kind of see the boats that they're covering below them. So, and I think they're doing a pretty good job of that at the minute.
This is a Georgetown team going up against Brown. These two squads are both 2-0 in round of 8 play. Georgetown with, based on the results in the round of 16, you'd say it's surprising results. They've knocked off Roger Williams. They've knocked off Stanford. Can they keep some of this momentum overnight and now into the start of a new day against a Brown team that's already knocked off Yale and Dartmouth in this 8-team round robin?
So Brown's actually started this regatta 4-4. They had a couple tough races early on, maybe a few losses they weren't expecting. And if we look at their record right now, they're 13-4, which means they've won 9 in a row and have carried some momentum throughout the end of the day. And I'm sure they're looking to keep that going into these last few races of the round of 8.
Right. And we can see it's kind of lightening up here at the top mark 1. And we saw that the right-hand side had quite a nice lift leading them back. All the boats from the left-hand side had kind of come in ducking.
So Brown is going to round in first. It looks like they have boat 3 has control of boat 17, and they're set up for a 1-4-5 combo at this top mark, on this top reach.
As boat 3, what I'd really, really want to be doing right now is slowing down boat 17. So this is a play 4, 1-4-5, and a big responsibility of boat 5 in this, the boat in 5th place, is to keep the ace, quote unquote. Clay, do you want to talk a little bit more about that ace?
Yes, so a lot of teams use that terminology. Keeping an ace means just keeping somebody behind you so that if things fall apart at the front of the fleet, you still have that guy under control. So in a 1-4-5, boat 1 in first place, their job is to make sure that they keep the 1. And in fact, boat 18 is pressuring them right now. They might have even lost the 1. It's certainly close up there. Boat 3, their responsibility is to just really crush and grab a stranglehold on boat 17. And you can see them doing that at the top. They're not letting 17 go downwind. They're slowing them down. I think really right now the most important thing that is happening is Georgetown's 18 and 16 are kind of pushing the race forward, and they're trying to grab the 1 from the control of the lead Browns boat. So this is something that you can try and do. If an opportunity is there, take it. You might as well.
Right. Well, you'll definitely especially see it in the light air days like today, and with the shiftiness of the Charles River, this is where you can definitely take advantage of that.
You can see the breeze is pretty darn light out there. You can see these guys doing a lot of roll jibes and using that to their advantage to get down the course. One thing that boat 18 did really well to keep the pressure on boat 1 is they got to the inside. So they have the starboard tack advantage, and they'll be on the inside as they approach Mark 3, which is what's putting the pressure on boat 1 at the moment.
Right.
So the way that the wind has gone to this point, are we at a light enough wind where we wouldn't have started a race under this kind of wind? Has it lightened up to that point?
Always hard to tell. So they're all reaching at the minute, which is definitely a huge factor and telltale sign that it's gotten pretty light when you don't see boats going wing to wing. And just overall, just looking at the crew's positioning in the boats, even the skippers are all sitting inside of the tanks. So I would say that you always kind of start it, and then it's kind of these downwinds that are the telltale signs for us of, can this race go on, and see how long it's going to take them to get from marks 2 to 3. And at the minute, it looks like even with these roll jibes, the mains are kind of backwinding a little bit. It is very marginal, but I do think it's still somewhat sailable. What do you think, Clay?
It looks pretty light. I think the umpires are going to allow these athletes to try and sail and see if this race can continue. But if it becomes apparent that the only way they're moving is by boat handling, the umpires will call it back.
How about that puff in the back, top right of the race course right now? It looks like 3 and 17 at the back of the race are getting a little bit of momentum forward. So I think what we'll be seeing are these huge lulls in the race course where there's no breeze. We're kind of starting to sweat a little bit, pull on our collars, but then these puffs come down and are actually going to maybe be just enough for us to finish out these races.
Yeah, I just got an update from MIT's coach Matt Lindblad saying that the Georgetown Brown race has been abandoned due to the lack of breeze and the downwind. But that's the only race that is being abandoned. So there is another race going on up at the top of the course. It looks like it's Coast Guard against Dartmouth that is still in play. So this is just going to be, I think this is going to be a struggle early on as the breeze settles in. These pulses of breeze come in, and maybe it's enough for one fleet to get a race in, but if it's not, they're just going to abandon and make sure it's a fair race in this last day of the national championship.
And again, we've got 19 races to get through the round of 8, and then there'll be 6 more races to follow in the round of 4. So we shall see how close to the finish line we can get here through the round of 8. So the other race that is going on, as you mentioned, it's Coast Guard taking on Dartmouth. And Coast Guard's another one of those schools that might be looking to play spoiler, and for good reason. They come in with a mark of 7 and 10 right now, but still plenty of opportunities for Coast Guard to make life miserable for all their opponents, and that includes the Dartmouth Big Green.
Does look like their downwind may be a little bit unsaleable. And it looks like actually Matt Lindblad has actually updated us. It looks like that race has also been called off. So we're in a little bit of a holding pattern. I definitely was quite wrong when I said it looked a little bit saleable. It's a good thing I'm not the PRO.
Well,
so
this isn't your river, though. You had said that off air, that the Charles River lives in your nightmares.
Yes, this is correct. This is correct.
And I think that's going to happen all day long as this breeze stabilizes. It might look good for 1 minute, and 1 minute later the breeze dies out and there's just not enough to continue racing.
Right.
So I think this mentality of let's try it, and if the breeze holds, we'll get a race in, but we'll be okay with abandoning it if it's not a fair contest, is the right one to take.
Right. And big kudos to our PRO, Kyle Assad, who's just doing an excellent job getting races off, especially yesterday and end of day Thursday. He's been doing a great job. So, and being the PRO of an event like this with the breeze that we have these past few days, that is not easy whatsoever. So big kudos to him.
And you were waterside chatting with him and just being around him yesterday as he was doing his job. So what does it look like for the PRO on a day like this?
Well, I think a day like this is like you just got to stay locked in. So on Thursday we had kind of similar conditions, whereas like you kind of see a little gust, same thing, send the kids out, let's see how it goes. We're happy to abandon. But I'd say Kyle's locked in at all times. So it's like, he's here to do his job, and he does the best job at it. So just locked in at all times, ready to go. And yeah, he's really great, and we're very lucky to have him.
Sometimes the hardest thing as a PRO is knowing when to be patient and wait for the best breeze, because you can feel a lot of pressure that you need to get some races off. This is an important day for a lot of these teams. But being patient, waiting for the best opportunity is something that is not something to be overlooked.
So again, on a recap I think the biggest storyline that we can talk about at the top of the standings right now is Harvard with 14.5 wins, 14.5 points to 3 losses. That's a half point ahead of Roger Williams right now. And looking at a recap from yesterday, boat damage cost Harvard half a win. And Clay, at the top of this broadcast some 2.5 hours ago, we touched on it briefly, but you were able to chat with Harvard's side of things and get a deeper perspective on what we saw yesterday.
Yes, I called the Harvard coach Bern Nowak just to hear what happened and learn about the situation. And it sounds like one of the Harvard boats had an incident where they fouled a Roger Williams boat, and during the foul, the Roger Williams tiller was outside the boat and was hit and bent. And it wasn't enough that it affected the race. They still sailed the race and finished it, but it was damaged nonetheless. And the rules say that if there's damage, the umpires can assess a penalty, and they decided to assess a half a point penalty. So it's part of sailing, and it is what it is. And I know Harvard's a little bummed because it affects their scores, but that's part of the rules. We can actually look at the situation yesterday. I believe it's the Harvard boat all the way at the top of our screen. He goes high, he tries to dip down low, and boom, there's a collision at the back corner of the boat as the Roger Williams tiller was going out. And the Harvard boat exonerates themselves properly, but there was damage, so there can still be a protest and a penalty assessed afterwards. That's what happened.
Big thanks to our ESPN crew here getting a cut of that so we could see what that one moment when all is said and done after 120 races in the round of 16, and we'll be taking 131 races overall into today. It's just going to be a ton of action. Ends up being 157 races total, and that one moment could decide a national championship.
Yeah, that's definitely the neat part about sailing is, like, whether you take a loss against one of the top teams or even one of the teams that ended up going home yesterday, that loss will sit on your scoreboard. So, and that carries over. So, every single race counts no matter what. The same thing with fleet racing. Every point counts. So no matter where you started, if you started at the back of the pack, you always want to pick off as many numbers as you can. Because in the end, it could be that 1 point difference between you winning. It could be that one loss difference between you winning, 1/2 point, right? So every single point counts in the sport of sailing.
Gloria, yesterday we saw your alma mater, the St. Mary's College of Maryland Seahawks, go home. What was your assessment, kind of having a little bit of inside knowledge of that program and the inner workings on how their performance went yesterday?
Yeah, I think that the program is awesome. We have, I think, and of course this is biased, but I think we have some of the best coaches. Adam Warblow, Bill Ward, and now we have one of my former teammates as a coach, Bradley Adams. But Adam Warblow's been with the program for, I think, about 35 years now. So he's quite a legend, and Bill Ward has been there for quite some time as well. Both really great, and I'm very fond of them. And I think these past few years, they've been having a big rebuilding team moment at the minute. So we had a very young team. I think they worked really hard and did a great job getting to nationals, I think. But nationals is really, really tough. And sometimes with a younger team, and you'll see this happen with a lot of the teams, is they'll have younger teams, and they do a really great job of getting to nationals and so on. But sometimes they just need a little bit more time under their belt to really play with some of the top teams here at nationals.
So as we had a false start, so to speak, on a couple of races here this afternoon that were called back after getting off the starting line, we're going to step aside in our coverage and resume once we have a sense of hopefully the true start of action here on day 3. Again, we've got 19 more races to go in the round of 8, 6 more in the final 4. And regardless, the national champion will be crowned by 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Less than 4 hours from now, we'll have a national champ here on ESPN.
I think so. Well, let me ask. Is this the distance we'd like to be from the boats? For the broadcast?
Yeah, it's a city now, though. Like,
You know, yeah, this is good.
the more I can give them room, the better.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna let you do your thing on that. I think you know what's probably the.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't.
No, because ours, same thing here. It's been below 12 out
Downstairs on the bridge for the honor.
If only all of our breaks were this short, fingers crossed that it looks like we've heard the sounds getting us ready for what would potentially be our first official race this morning and afternoon. And again, supposed to start at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and here we are past 1 o'clock with the action maybe finally just getting underway. So we're once again getting restarted, presumably with Brown and Georgetown.
Shutter will not change.
Although we certainly see, it's like potentially all 18 boats in the mix out there on the water. At least Coast Guard and Dartmouth also out there, as they had started their race alongside Brown and Georgetown. But we presume Brown and Georgetown will get the right of way to get race number 133 started.
So you have 30 seconds to the start. Brown's in the low boats again, 1, 2, 3, red. Georgetown, blue boats, 16, 17, 18.
Boat 3 from Brown doing a spin pretty late off at the start, so curious to see how they're going to come out here.
So it looks like a little bit of a lefty at that start allowed those two Georgetown boats to tack off. And I'm sure they're pointed pretty close to the mark.
Impressed with how boat 3 from Brown was able to finally sneak up to the race there. That's definitely a huge testament to their boat speed that they've been having.
Yeah, so I guess these
with 9 back-to-back wins, and all, converting over to the FJs solely with the final 8. I think that they've got really good speed in the FJs.
It wasn't something we had talked about a whole lot yesterday, but in each of the fleets in the round of 60, and 3 of them were competed in 420s, and then the others were in FJs. So it's subtle, and Clay, you touched on it a little bit, but why would a program like Brown have just that little extra edge in the FJs?
So college sailing is done mostly in either FJs or 420s. Most of these schools have both fleets or the access to sail in both fleets. As we're watching right now, this race is being called back again, I think because they tacked and were laying the weather mark from the start, so it wasn't a very fair race. But back to the boat conversation. So, I remember when I was at Harvard, we had a fleet of FJs, but we also made sure to have 6 420s so that we could practice in 420s if we needed to, and we raced FJs more. We sailed FJs more. I think at the time probably liked to race in FJs because we were a little more used to it. But at this point, all of these teams have sailed in both boats and should feel pretty comfortable in both boats.
So we're about to get our third crack at a start between Brown and Georgetown.
You know, I would like to think that they have the favor here. They're getting quite a few reps, practice starts going, you know. I kind of like that, you know, if I'm sitting on shore all morning, I'd want a few practice starts and then finally have the real thing. I think, if anything, they have an advantage there.
Coast Guard and Dartmouth waiting in the wings, just hoping that this first race can get off without a hitch, but so far we're now going to be on attempt number 3 to get Brown and Georgetown underway.
I think as an athlete in this situation, it's really nerve-wracking because you're doing start after start, and obviously you want to perform at the start and put yourself in a situation to succeed, but the race is called back, and then you have to do it again. The race is called back. So there's just a lot of pressure. You never know if it's gonna continue or if it's gonna be called back. It's very light. It's puffy. Will the race committee let a race go? Will they call it back? It's just a lot of uncertainty. So it can lead for some tense moments early on in the day.
Especially if you're off the starting line and okay, so the first attempt at the race, you get to the first mark and you're in first place. All right, so then they call it off. You've got to go back. Now you've just had a second attempt. And you're the third boat off the line, and now you're going through the game plan and starting to picture all the different options for yourself, and then you're just having to discard all of that and then start from a blank slate and just take what's in front of you rather than all of the execution that you just done a moment ago.
The rotation's the rotation. You can't control it or change it, but I'd sure love to be on the dock, letting these guys be the guinea pigs and let the breeze settle in and have them suffer through some of these earlier light air, flukier races before they get out there doing themselves. It looks like, from what we can see here, they're picking up some marks, and maybe the breeze has shifted a little bit more out of the south than out of the west.
Clay, you know the Charles River, I think, better than any of us, having sailed at Harvard. What is usually the most consistent and best wind direction on the Charles? I guess I shouldn't say consistent.
Is there one?
I don't know. Okay, that's a bad. You're right. It's always shifty, but
the westerly tends to be the most stable condition, air breeze direction, which is what we had. Now it seems like it's gone a little more to the south, and I do think that's what they're calling for. So I'm cautiously optimistic that maybe this means the breeze will stabilize a little bit. But the westerly tends to be a really good direction here.
And yesterday, we were experiencing more north to south.
It was like a southeasterly yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
It's always tricky when the breeze comes from the side at a venue like the Charles, either the north or the south. Northerly is just bonkers. It's roll the dice every time and hope it works out in your favor. Whereas the westerly and the easterly tend to be a little steadier. You'll see some more consistent results.
And that's because, as we explained yesterday, with the building, the skyline of Boston.
Close to shore, lots of buildings, lots of things in the way that can interfere with the breeze, and it makes for some really puffy, tricky, shifty races.
So some of the other boats that we are seeing in the water, it looks like Roger Williams, Stanford, they're 3 races away, but we are seeing some of those boats for the other programs out there. So all 6 teams for Flight 4 are in the water, and that's with the exception of Yale and Harvard. They're the only 2 schools right now that are, Clay, doing what you would prefer to do in this situation, and just let those other 6 schools go out there, and you're hanging back and not wasting any energy.
Good job. I was like, what did I do? Do I get a star? Also, it's Lil Mikey's birthday today, is it not? It's Lil Mikey's birthday. Allison, find out where it's off.
Yeah, we're watching them. Looks like they're reconfiguring the course a little bit for this next breeze.
Sorry?
But yeah, if I could be on the dock right now and letting these guys be the guinea pigs, I would certainly want to be doing it. To Gloria's point, the teams that haven't started yet are taking this opportunity to freshen up their boat handling, make sure everything's tuned and ready to go, so that when their race does start, they are prepared. I mean, maybe that's a little disadvantage to being on shore, is you don't,
Right.
you know, things are going to happen pretty quickly once you do get out there. You won't have those opportunities to warm up your boat handling as much as these teams have.
For now, we're waiting for the start of Brown Georgetown. We've got Coast Guard and Dartmouth coming up after that, and then Roger Williams and Stanford, which seems to be one of the matchups that we are looking forward to. And we do have a number of big races that are coming up here today, and here's a look at a couple of the ones that we are looking forward to over the rest of the round of 8.
Yeah, these are just the top teams lining up against each other as we get down to the end of this round of 8. These are going to be really important wins for all of these top 4 teams as they all try to win this regatta or be on the podium.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a few of the same teams from last year's nationals, and from the Final Fours. I know last year in the Final Four we had Harvard, Stanford, Brown, and Yale. I see that there's a lot of returning players from last year, and so I'm excited to see how they're going to do on the Charles relative to the Long Island Sound.
I'm going to mention that Roger Williams against Stanford is one of the races we'll be keeping an eye on. That's going to be a storyline for me, is can Stanford make a run here? They had such a strong start on Thursday and then went just 7-6 yesterday over their 13 races. And they've obviously got the talent. They're the powerhouse on the West Coast making their way out here. And so you feel like Stanford is going to have a run in it, but right now they're 3 losses behind Harvard and Roger Williams, and so they're going to need to do some work themselves, and they're going to need a little help from their competitors to try and bring Harvard and Roger Williams back down to the pack.
Yeah, for a school like Stanford, if they want to win, they need to win all the races today, and then hopefully get a little help in doing so. It's certainly still mathematically possible, but you don't have a ton of room for margin of error. 100%. Looking at this at the live stream, it looks really light right now. You can see boats are just kind of hanging out and waiting. Race committee doesn't even seem to have a course set at the moment, as we hopefully wait for some more breeze to come.
Yeah, you can even see some boats in the distance kind of practicing, they're tacking, but not much. It's one of those, yeah, kind of just even having to pump their way through. It's a little tough. It's a great opportunity to make some friends, though.
What'd you say yesterday was your motto?
Sail fast, have fun, make friends.
There you go. That's
totally like that. I live by that. If anything, I always got in trouble for making too many friends and not sailing as fast. So.
I think this is a good opportunity for us to step aside here on the broadcast and let the conditions, let the course set itself up for the official start of this one. It's Brown and Georgetown, race number 133 overall in this competition that we'll be waiting for when we return to the Charles River in Boston.
I wrote all the time when I was little. I was always writing novels and making up characters and stuff. I started sailing when I was little. I did all the summer camps in elementary school. I never really got into it competitively until high school, but my high school had a really good sailing program, and I sailed competitively and got recruited to Harvard. I entered college the fall of 2020, so it was all during COVID, so everything was online. And I just randomly stumbled upon The Independent, which is it was a very small newspaper at the time. I was managing editor and then forum editor, and then finally got to editor-in-chief my junior year to senior fall. It's a really cool experience to be there when people are pitching their articles and then see everyone's articles from start to finish. When I entered, it was a staff of, I think, 10 or 15 people, and they were publishing every month online. By the end of my tenure as editor-in-chief, we were publishing weekly, 20 pages, and there was a staff of about like 125. And so that really got built from the ground up. There was definitely a lot of issues along the way, so learning about, libel and defamation and what you can print, what you can't print. I'm actually writing my senior thesis on, the history of defamation and sensationalism in newspapers. I think my favorite one was that I just published 2 weeks ago. It was called For the Love of Doing Nothing. It really was a reflective, introspective piece about often lose sight of the ability to just sit and relax and enjoy where we are and where our feet are. What I am grateful that I did freshman year was that I tried so many different things. And I would really give that advice to other freshmen. I think there's so many opportunities at Harvard to take those leaps freshman year and discover what you actually really enjoy, so that by the end of your 4 years, you can be proud of the work that you've done and be proud of the families and communities that you've built around that.
What I did not expect about Harvard was that the most special part to me is community.
Harvard isn't a place where I feel like I have to prove to be someone or prove to be something that I'm not. I can just be me, and that's always more than enough.
It's a place that will open up opportunities and ideas that you may not have had before.
Teaching at Harvard is my favorite thing. It feels at times like a shot of just energy.
It's the people who actually bring what is so special about Harvard to Harvard.
Everyone is talking, listening, telling stories, laughing. There's all sorts of activity that's going on.
It's not about people trying to be the best in the world. It's about us trying to be our best for the world.
Come here, come here. Hey, bring me a toy.
Oh boy.
I have always dreamed of coming to Harvard for a really long time. I come from a pretty rural town. I grew up passing turkey fields and corn farms and stuff on my way to school. North Carolina is not super known for sending a lot of people to Harvard. So for me and my community, it was definitely a shock that I got in.
I feel like I'm gonna squirrel gathering acorns. Like I'm gonna look for things that I like. I think my high school experience was unique. I didn't find myself a lot with other classmates that looked like me or shared sort of that immigrant background experience. So the transition was, I think, a little bit difficult in the sense of it was my first time leaving home. I'm really close with my family. This was kind of the first place that I found other students who had shared that sort of black sheep experience in high school.
I think I started just like everyone else, started preparing probably end of my junior year, getting ready for all my applications. I thought if other kids could do it, there might be a chance that I could do it, and so I might as well put myself out there, and the worst that happens is you get a no.
I wanted to make sure that when paying for college, it wasn't my parents that was paying for college, it was me. And so when I found out I got in, and then when I found out that Harvard would cover 100% of the cost of me being able to stay here, plus even more, I think that was what really motivated me to choose Harvard.
I feel like when I step on this campus, I'm part of a bigger energy.
It's invigorating, right? Because people are excited. They have all these things that they want to do.
The amount of people here I've met who are so incredibly supportive has been really overwhelming.
I can't remember a day that I've walked to class and not seen someone that I know, or that I walk into a dining hall and there's not someone that I feel comfortable walking up to and sitting and eating my lunch with.
The thread that connects us together is this belief that we're educating citizens and citizen leaders for society who are trying to make a positive difference in the world.
A Here at Harvard, I found a lot of students from the Vietnamese community who also share a lot of their roots in America and in Vietnam. That is what surprised me, is that I never thought I'd find someone to relate to in that sense.
I really appreciate just feeling like there's a community wherever I go on this campus.
So when I went to college, I didn't know what a liberal arts education was. Nor did I care, because I was just applying to college, and it didn't matter if it said that. I didn't know what that meant. It wasn't until the case that I was forced to take a class that I didn't really want to take. It was a film class. Why am I in this class? It has to satisfy a requirement. I'm going to take this class. And of course, by the end of that course, I had been totally transformed. I had never expected anything like this.
Ultimately, the idea of a liberal arts and sciences education is the notion of liber, which is to liberate, to free the mind. That's what I think we're really trying to do, is educate people who can live a life of freedom and responsibility.
Before class starts, I walk around the lecture hall. I talk to different people. I ask them questions about how things are going. And it's just through those small micro conversations before class, after class, or having break, then I try to get the sense of where people are at.
It's those moments where you are really thinking on your feet. You know, students are discovering on the spot.
The classes have been really transformative in terms of meeting professors who are so keen to talk to you and excited that you're curious about what they're doing.
The amount of speakers and facilitators that we have come into the school that work with us every day to increase our skills and our communication abilities and our public service, it truly is incredible.
Harvard is an intellectual carnival. People from all over the world, people from all over this great country are coming together to learn with and from each other.
How do students shape the community here? They shape it in all of the things that they do.
I think when you think of a student athlete, at least in like the college athletic world, the emphasis really is on being an athlete more than a student sometimes. But when you're here at Harvard, being a student athlete is trying to do both of them incredibly, incredibly well.
I'm a part of the Asian American dance troupe. It is something that you don't need experience to be a part of, and so I think it was really amazing to be a part of a dance community, and by the end of it we got to put together a really awesome and energetic dance showcase.
When I'm not in classes or when I'm not working on my thesis, I love to skateboard. I also like art, so sometimes I'll find myself in Lover Art Room. I like to make magazines, so these are just like collages that I kind of work on. I think the advice I would give to my younger self when I was applying to Harvard would be to never forget where I'm from.
I think the most important advice I can give is that you get out of college what you put in.
I encourage them to pursue lines of inquiry that really matter to them. Achievement by itself is empty unless it's connected to something more soulful.
Whatever you set your mind to is possible. Even the crazy ideas that you think you can't do, you think you can't start a company, you think you can't do this research, you think you can't realize this idea. When you see people doing it around you all the time, it really forces you to challenge that and realize that I can be doing these things. I can do whatever I set my mind to.
Amy Elizabeth Chalan Vacasella.
I would say a Harvard education for my family means impact. It means voice. It means being able to contribute.
When I graduate from here, I will have an incredible skill set and so many different experiences that are going to enable me to be such a productive member of society after this.
Whatever I want to accomplish, I have the fundamentals, I have the education, I have the abilities to do whatever that is, and now it's just up to me to go out and do it.
We want to be a place where people not only feel like they're here for their education, but they're here because they can contribute to the community. What I would say to any student who's considering coming to college and considering coming to Harvard College, come and help us write the next chapter of our story.
Back in the water in Boston, here in the Charles River. We've got race number 133 set to go. Brown against Georgetown and Madame Giardino alongside Gloria Kevlicuite and Clay Johnson. And Finally looks, perhaps, like we've got the right conditions and the course set in the right direction for this thing to get underway.
And what a way to start the race. Brown's boat 3 just got red flagged by the umpires. That means that they have to do a 720 and clear themselves. And in such light air, Clay, what do you think of a 720?
Not fast, Gloria. Not fast. Great start for the Georgetown team, obviously aided by that 720 penalty to the Brown opponents.
I saw a red flag.
Looks like a big left shift again as all the boats have tacked on the port and are running higher and higher. We'll see if they continue with this race.
If I were Brown's boat 3, I would definitely want the race to be called back at the minute. But like we said, there's just no way of knowing. So it's one of those things where you have to sail the race and keep trucking forward because you never know what's going to happen.
Well, there's been such a big lefty that Brown's boat number 3 might even be ahead of Georgetown's 18 at this point, despite the penalty at the start.
That's the magic of the Charles right there.
And I hear a bunch of whistles, and they're abandoning this race again.
So obviously this race was supposed to get underway at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. That was when the day was supposed to begin. But even within that, this race was planned to begin at 12:47 Eastern time. And so now we're 45 minutes past that point where these athletes are in the water with the boat set to go. Just almost more painful to be in the water for an hour chomping at the bit than the first 2.5 hours of simply sitting on dry land.
Yeah, it's hard to stay mentally engaged, starting, stopping, starting, starting. I mean, these guys have started 3 times now, and there'll be at least a 4th.
Yeah, and I can only imagine how exhausting that is, especially after such a long day like yesterday, where you're out on the water for what is it, 8, 9? I mean, you're at the venue for easily about 12 hours, right? Teams are sometimes show up pretty early at 8:30, right? Just maybe a little under 12 hours. Still, you're full day from all the way till sundown, and then it's a huge mental shift going into a day like today, where if you're not sure if you're going to get any races off, and it looks like that they're adjusting the course at the minute, so we're just in a little bit of a hole again.
Can you take us through what they're trying to do when they adjust the course?
Yeah, so there's been a wind shift after the start where the course is deemed to be unfair. Maybe there's no tacking on the first leg of the race, but it's just not a square course. So they abandon the race, and they're going to reposition the marks to be more square and centered with the wind, and hopefully just provide a more level playing field for everybody. I think that's one of the great things that the race committee, Kyle Assad and his team are doing right now is they're okay to start a race, and they want to get some racing in, but this is a national championship, and they need to also be okay with abandoning a race if they deem it's unfair. So they're doing a good job of that as we just hope to get some more races in. Pretty brutal right now, just watching these guys go and come back and go and come back, and I think these athletes are raring to go too. So having been in this situation, you're almost a little frustrated. You just want the breeze to hold enough to get some racing in, and there's not much you can do about it, unfortunately.
You can even see the Stanford participants right there. I mean, they're 3 races away. This is race 133 we're trying to get off. 134 is Coast Guard Academy against Dartmouth, and then it's Roger Williams and Stanford. And so if you're the 8 boat there for Stanford, I mean, you feel like you're hours away from starting, even though you're potentially just a handful of minutes away, but it can't feel like it's that close. We take a look at the lineup for Stanford, and you've got a couple of underclassmen, but it's a younger group for Stanford when you see class of 26 and a couple of class of 27s.
Yeah, so it looks like we have some returning players from last year. Michelle Larkamp, Vanessa Larkamp, Ellie Harned, and it looks like Gwendolyn Donahue as well. And we have some new players, Thomas Sitzman and Alice Schmidt. So I'm, having some younger players in the mix is always nice, and it's always a nice little fresh eyes for the team. So I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to these next few races.
Thomas Sitzman is from the Annapolis area. He went to the Severn School. He's a freshman on a very deep Stanford team, and he was highly recruited, one of the top junior sailors in the country. And for a freshman to step into that program and be one of the skippers on a team competing to win the nationals here, it says a lot about him as a skipper. And Michelle is a phenomenal sailor and really helped lead this team to national championships last year. And I know she's back this year to help, but she can also rest easy knowing that the team is in such good hands moving forward with her sister and with Thomas Sitzman and a whole host of other sailors they have coming up through that program.
The broadcast is live.
I couldn't have said it better. I think with such a nice big team and having two of their starting skippers and one of their, I would say even two crews as well, all being underclassmen, I think that speaks so highly of that team, because you have such young players starting at the national championship. Even making it onto the top 8 is no easy feat. So, big kudos to them for having a young team. I do think we'll be seeing them around for the next few years.
Gloria, you're somebody that grew up in the Midwest from the Chicago area. And so when you went east and competed collegiately in Maryland, was there a draw to go west? Was there any, just in terms of folks on the East Coast seem to gravitate towards those East Coast schools, but maybe being in the Midwest, might there have been a pull to go and compete in a part of the country that it's coastal, but it seems like it's East Coast heavy?
Yeah, I think we do have, I think that a few Midwestern sailors, they're a bit younger than I am, but I do believe some of them went on to Stanford. I believe Chapman Peterson is from Wisconsin, and they also have Jack Baldwin, I believe, who is from the Chicagoland area as well. So we do have some sailors gravitating to the west. I just think that to be one of the top collegiate sailors on the West Coast, you have to be fully prepared for red-eye flights and flying out to the East Coast every single weekend. So I do think that's a big ask of a college sailor, and I do think that's why a lot of us gravitate towards the East Coast, as well as because the East Coast is just where a lot of the action is. And it's just every single weekend you will be sailing. Now granted, I ended up going to Mesa, which is a district where from St. Mary's we still had to do a pretty decent commute to events, but relative to Nisa, where Nisa you guys would drive you guys were all pretty much local. So many teams in Boston area, Rhode Island, and then maybe the furthest you guys are driving is to Bowdoin or to New Hampshire, to Dartmouth, right?
Yeah, it was definitely an advantage to be in Nisa, where so much of the action takes place. I'd say half the time of the season I was able to sleep in my own bedroom in my dorm,
That's
as
nice.
opposed to having to travel hours at end or take a red-eye flight across the country like the Stanford team does.
Yeah.
So that is one of the benefits of being out here.
Yeah, I definitely got used to staying in hotel rooms, and after a whole season of sharing a bed with your teammates, you kind of start to miss your own bed. So
Even as thin as a dorm room bed might be.
yeah, believe it or not, right? Believe it or not.
At least it's your own.
Yeah.
Looks like the sailors just headed back to the dock for a minute, maybe go to the bathroom, get a drink, talk to the coach, and then I heard some horns calling them back out. So hopefully we can try for round 4 this first race.
And one of the really neat things about sailing on the Charles River is we're super close to the docks off the sailing pavilion. So you're able to pretty easily go to shore if you ever need to talk to your coach, and it's pretty easy to get rotations off as well. So it's definitely in our favor for getting some races off, and so looking forward to them.
What venue, what facility is the worst for that, where you've got to just go sail out a whole big way and you're kind of out there for the whole day once you get out there?
Most college venues are close to shore, so that it facilitates rotating. I mean, like Gloria said, the Charles is really easy. Yale's a little bit further out. Maybe Boston College is a little bit further out. But even those venues are all pretty close.
Yeah. They usually have some dock somewhere floating around for you to rotate off of, even if it's sinking a little bit. So they try to make their best out of it.
So it looks like they've reset the course and are going to try to do this Brown and Georgetown race. Give it another try.
If at first you don't succeed, try, and step number 4.
They must be pretty familiar with their lay lines by now, I hope, if they're out there with the starting line for so long.
I don't know, the course is changing every time we look. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was just 2 minutes. Brown is in the red sails with 1, 2, and 3. Georgetown is in the blue sails, 16, 17, 18, as we gear up for this first race of the day again.
Right now, 3 hours and 12 minutes after when we had hoped to have started at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. Here's a look at the participants for Brown. Pick 6 out of these 8 that will be competing on the water here this afternoon.
Yeah, you've got some incredibly talented sailors here. We've got Guthrie Braun, I believe was on their very successful match racing team in the fall. Leighton Borcherding, Liam O'Keefe, Connor Nelson, Emily Mueller, Caroline Keefe-Jones, Savannah Young, and Vera Allen. So also a little bit of a younger team for 3 of the 4. They're starting skippers, as well as 2 of their starting crews. Interesting start here. Got, looks like maybe another port tack start. Just feels like that breeze just keeps shifting.
Oh, boat 1 was over. Let's clear themselves. Yeah, you're right. Another interesting start. Light. They looked like they were a little late. Looked like there was a little bit of a lefty, as most boats have found their way onto port tack. Boat number 3 from Brown looked like they had a great start, and you can see here that this Brown team is winning that combination, and boat number 2 looks like they're in an okay spot over here as well. So I think early on Brown looks, wow, look at that header on the right side of the course. Big wind shift on the right side and everyone flops onto starboard.
Wind definitely shifted. It's back and forth. It's back and forth. We're definitely, sailors are being tested on how quick they can be on their toes at the minute, I think, as we're watching them tack on shifts, but just not quite completed. So they're just flopping back and forth, as we saw from these 2 top boats on the right-hand side, 3 and 17. Now potentially holding.
I just saw a red flag come out from the umpires. I know 3 and 17 were tacking pretty close to each other, and I think there was actually some contact between the masts of the 2 boats, and it looks like boat 3 will be spinning.
And with the wind so light at the minute, this spin could be putting them potentially in a deep 6. We'll see how 16 from Georgetown will get out from that right-hand side. Let's see how quickly they can complete this, but maybe boat 3 still has a chance of gaining on a boat.
Now, when you're going through practice, how often, how many times is it a day do you work on 720s just to make sure that you are all on the same page? And it sounds like we might have just had the conclusion of attempt number 4 here between Brown and Georgetown.
Yeah. Looks like they just called it back. What do you think for the rehearsal of a 720?
We practice them, but not as much. I think there are different things you can do for the practicing of the team racing. You can just do straight up races. We did a lot of starts. I actually thought the most helpful drill we could do for team racing was combinations from the weather mark, where our coach would say, all right, you guys are going to be in a 2-3-6 at this weather mark and try to get out of it and convert to a winning combination. And just practice those moves from there, so that when you're in a race in that situation, there is some familiarity towards it. I can't believe we've had 4 attempts at this race, and they've all been called back.
Is there anyone that can mute Dylan's comms?
It's definitely tough. I mean, it's tough for, I can't imagine having to be in the shoes of race committee at the minute. I think they're doing excellent. I mean, they're doing everything that they can. It's just one of those tough things of like, there are a lot of people that put pressure on, which...
Correct. And so in this situation, the person that's resetting the course and getting everything ready to go and then starting the race, is it then a different person or set of people that is then halting the race midstream and saying, okay, or is it the same person and people doing both things?
A little bit of team effort. From what I understand, it's kind of a collective. So it's like you've got the race committee, so they're usually on the committee boat calling the starts. And then there's also, they have some support boats that, like mark boats, that will help them move the marks around. And then you have all the entire fleet of umpires. So the umpires, are absolutely encouraged to let the race committee know, do you think this race should be called back? Just because the umpires are really close to the sailors, they can see a lot more of what's going on, especially when you're cranking races out one after another. Race committee is basically focused on the starts and just getting the races off. So it's the umpires hold a lot in their hands then to be able to radio over and be like, hey, these races aren't going so well, you should call them back. Race committee then is like, okay, that's great, like I can call that one back. But I think they're doing everything right at the minute. They're setting up the race course. It just happens to be that the wind is just kind of shifting. Like, they're setting it up well for the races, but it's just one of those things where it's out of their hands.
4 attempts, and we're going to have a 5th attempt at some point for Brown and Georgetown to get our first race of the day underway. It's race 133 total. We've got 19 more to go here in the round of 8, but we'll step aside from the Charles River in Boston. We will lock it back in when we think race 133 is able to get off the ground here on ESPN.
Welcome to the community. We want to introduce ourselves to you.
We're a not-for-profit financial cooperative founded and operated by Harvard employees.
If you work or study at Harvard or any of the teaching hospitals, you and your family are eligible to join.
We've helped thousands in the community buy their first homes, pay off their student loans, and build strong credit.
Ask your friends and colleagues why they bank with HUEC.
And get to know us at huecu.org/hello.
I think the shared commitment we all have is that we're here to decrease the stigma around mental health. We want to make it a more open conversation, whether it's talking about student-athlete mental health, coaches' mental health. We got one goal, we just got to work together to complete that.
I think the evolution of the conversation about mental health has become prominent year after year for the last decade, if not more. But I think we're finally at the tipping point where the conversation isn't just about how are we reactive to prevent worst case scenarios, but how are we managing everyday stressors and activities.
I have really loved today. I mean, just the conversations. I love talking about mental health, and so being able to dive deeper. I think the keynote was incredible, seeing what mental health in athletics looks like really at the highest level.
Mental health is the same thing as physical health, right? We all have it. You guys are all in the sports space. You wake up in the morning and you do a physical check. It might actually inform how you work out that day, how you approach your training. What would happen if we took the same approach to mental health?
This is my first mental health summit that I've been able to attend, and just recognizing the value of sharing those best practices. We all have very unique institutions, and so, you know, I think it's very valuable to sit here and think, hey, that's really cool, you know, jot that down. How can I adapt that for our institution? And it's also a really incredible moment to be able to just have a lot of school pride, a lot of league pride.
I've always thought mental health is very important. The stress and anxiety that student athletes have to go through to play their sport, to compete in their sport, like there's so much going on outside of that. And I think this mental health summit is like a really good step forward to decrease that stigma and to continue to give access and to continue to give thoughts.
I think mental health is something where, because we don't talk about it as often, I think coaches might not fully understand the grasp of what that feels like to an athlete.
If your team is not open about talking about mental health, you have to open the doors and you got to be like, guys, like, we're all in this together.
Dartmouth College has taken holistic student-athlete development incredibly seriously. I'm one of few athletic administrators with a sports psychology background, and then since my role has evolved in the last 5 years, I've been able to continue to support a team that is collectively building to enhance mental wellness, well-being, and performance of all of our student-athletes. How do we make sure we're cultivating an environment? And this is where everyone in the room has an impact on the environment that occurs within your campus. And all of us need to be actively cultivating it.
I want the idea of mental health being stigmatized to be something so of the past that we can't even imagine not having this open conversation.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
This is an epic, action-packed, adventure-filled story of Athletic Brewing's revolutionary non-alcoholic beer and the founders behind it.
I'm Bill. And I'm John.
You see, this is no ordinary non-alcoholic beer. These are great-tasting brews that are fit for all times. And they all started with a crazy idea.
Why can't there just be an amazing non-alcoholic beer that wouldn't affect me the next day?
And one that actually tasted great?
Oh, wow. That's a great idea.
And there you have it. Just two totally delusional people.
When you become a part of a sport at Dartmouth, you're becoming part of something a whole lot bigger than you ever could have imagined.
The bond between two Dartmouth people is really special because even if it's separated by 10 or 20 years, they know that they have a common experience. It's neat to really just get together and to learn through each other.
This is where I'm from, and this is me. Like, Dartmouth is who I am.
To me, belonging is not just being accepted in a space,
but being wanted there, you feel needed, you feel like your contribution is irreplaceable.
When I think of where I belong or how I feel included, it's feeling comfortable in the space that I'm in, feeling like I can be myself, and it's knowing that there's an opportunity for me to make changes or speak out.
Inclusion and belonging stems from not only like being invited to the party, but being asked to dance.
I think that a big thing that a lot of us deal with is imposter syndrome and feeling like we don't belong in a lot of the spaces that we're in. And so I think a big part of my own becoming a better person was realizing I do belong in these spaces. And then once I got to that point, I think that passing that along is one of the most important things that I can do.
One of the biggest things that you get from sport is friendship, it's community, it's self-confidence. So when it comes to inclusion, I want to make sure that even if you're not having a great day on the court, you didn't have a great match, or frankly you're not playing right now, do you still feel part of the team? Do you still feel part of the athletic community?
It's easy to feel a little bit left out in high school, easy to feel like the odd one out, and I guess Brown made me feel like I was surrounded by people who got me in a way.
I think to start everything, it is conversation that has to happen, and then it'll turn into action. Once you bring it in more people's minds that it is an issue or it is something that wants to be celebrated, it gets a lot easier to kind of continue.
There's a lot of people coming after me, and I want them to have a better experience than even I had, and keep passing that down to the generations to come.
What I did not expect about Harvard was that the most special part to me is community.
Harvard isn't a place where I feel like I have to prove to be someone or prove to be something that I'm not. I can just be me, and that's always more than enough.
It's a place that will open up opportunities and ideas that you may not have had before.
Teaching at Harvard is my favorite thing. It feels at times like a shot of just energy.
It's the people who actually bring what is so special about Harvard to Harvard.
Everyone is talking, listening, telling stories, laughing. There's all sorts of activity that's going on.
It's not about people trying to be the best in the world. It's about us trying to be our best for the world.
Come here, come here. Hey, bring me a toy.
Oh boy.
I have always dreamed of coming to Harvard for a really long time. I come from a pretty rural town. I grew up passing turkey fields and corn farms and stuff on my way to school. North Carolina is not super known for sending a lot of people to Harvard. So for me and my community, it was definitely a shock that I got in.
I feel like I'm gonna squirrel gathering acorns. I'm gonna look for things that I like. I think my high school experience was unique. I didn't find myself a lot with other classmates that looked like me or shared sort of that immigrant background experience. So the transition was, I think, a little bit difficult in the sense of it was my first time leaving home and really close with my family. This was kind of the first place that I found other students who had shared that sort of black sheep experience in high school.
I think I started just like everyone else, started preparing probably end of my junior year, getting ready for all my applications. I thought if other kids could do it, there might be a chance that I could do it, and so I might as well put myself out there, and the worst that happens is you get a no.
I wanted to make sure that when paying for college, it wasn't my parents that was paying for college, it was me. And so when I found out I got in, and then when I found out that Harvard would cover 100% of the cost of me being able to stay here, plus even more, I think that was what really motivated me to choose Harvard.
I feel like when I step on this campus, I'm part of a bigger energy.
It's invigorating, right? Because people are excited. They have all these things that they want to do.
The amount of people here I've met who are so incredibly supportive has been really overwhelming.
I can't remember a day that I've walked to class and not seen someone that I know, or that I walk into a dining hall and there's not someone that I feel comfortable walking up to and sitting and eating my lunch with.
The thread that connects us together is this belief that we're educating citizens and citizen leaders for society who are trying to make a positive difference to the world.
Here at Harvard, I found a lot of students from the Vietnamese community who also share a lot of their roots in America and in Vietnam. That is what surprised me, is that I never thought I'd find someone to relate to in that sense.
I really appreciate just feeling like there's a community wherever I go on this campus.
So when I went to college, I didn't know what a liberal arts education was. And nor did I care, because I was just applying to college, and it didn't matter if it said that. I didn't know what that meant. It wasn't until the case that I was forced to take a class that I didn't really want to take. It was a film class. Why am I in this class? It has to satisfy a requirement. I'm going to take this class. And of course, by the end of that course, I had been totally transformed. I had never expected anything like this.
Ultimately, the idea of a liberal arts and sciences education is the notion of liber, which is to liberate, to free the mind. That's what I think we're really trying to do, is educate people who live a life of freedom and responsibility.
Before class starts, I walk around the lecture hall. I talk to different people. I ask them questions about how things are going. And it's just through those small micro conversations before class, after class, or having break. Then I try to get the sense of where people are.
There's moments where you are really thinking on your feet. You know, students are discovering on the spot.
The classes have been really transformative in terms of meeting professors who are so keen to talk to you and excited that you're curious about what they're doing.
The amount of speakers and facilitators that we have come into the school that work with us every day to increase our skills and our communication abilities and our public service, it truly is incredible.
Harvard is an intellectual carnival. People from all over the world, people from all over this great country are coming together to learn with and from each other.
How do students shape the community here? They shape it in all of the things that they do.
I think when you think of a student athlete, at least in like the college athletic world, the emphasis really is on being an athlete more than a student sometimes. But when you're here at Harvard, being a student athlete is trying to do both of them incredibly, incredibly well.
I'm a part of the Asian American dance troupe. It is something that you don't need experience to be a part of, and so I think it was really amazing to be a part of a dance community, and by the end of it we got to put together a really awesome and energetic dance showcase.
When I'm not in classes or when I'm not working on my thesis, I love to skateboard. I also like art, so sometimes I'll find myself in Lover Art Room. I like to make magazines, so these are just like collages that I kind of work on. I think the advice I would give to my younger self when I was applying to Harvard would be to never forget where I'm from.
I think the most important advice I can give is that you get out of college what you put in.
I encourage them to pursue lines of inquiry that really matter to them. Achievement by itself is empty unless it's connected to something more soulful.
Whatever you set your mind to is possible. Even the crazy ideas that you think you can't do, you think you can't start a company, you think you can't do this research, you think you can't realize this idea. When you see people doing it around you all the time, it really forces you to challenge that and realize that I can be doing these things. I can do whatever I set my mind to.
Amy Elizabeth Chalan Vacasella.
I would say a Harvard education for my family means impact. It means voice. It means being able to contribute.
When I graduate from here, I will have an incredible skill set and so many different experiences that are going to enable me to be such a productive member of society after this.
Whatever I want to accomplish, I have the fundamentals, I have the education, I have the abilities to do whatever that is, and now it's just up to me to go out and do it.
We want to be a place where people not only feel like they're here for their education, but they're here because they can contribute to the community. What I would say to any student who's considering coming to college and considering coming to Harvard College, come and help us write the next chapter of our story.
Brown and Georgetown, race number 133, and Well, Clay, we'll let you set the scene here. You seem to be a little bullish on our prospects for actually getting this race in now.
Yes, I think the breeze looks a lot more solid. It looks like it's out of the forecasted southeasterly breeze direction, and they're off and going. So I'm excited about this, and I'm hoping we have some continuous racing moving forward and can just keep this thing going.
Yeah, it looks like Brown Bears in 1, 2, 3 currently have 2 pairs off the starting line. Boat 3 for Brown has a little bit of a weak pair, but they're still holding.
Yeah, it looks to me like Brown is winning this pair off in the distance, and it looks like they are probably winning this pair right here. So I think they're in a more solid position off the line.
Yeah, and so one of the things you look for in team racing is essentially you need 2 pairs. You need to be winning 2 pairs to win the races. So at the minute, they've postponed the race. So
why do we suspect that is?
Wow.
They're all sailing back. Yeah, so that's 5th attempt of a race for Brown and Georgetown.
I think that was just a case of a wind shift, and the reality is the breeze has shifted to the right direction, but maybe hasn't stabilized quite perfectly yet. So I know these guys are anxious to get going, and maybe they rushed it a little bit. But we're going to call it back and do it again. I would look for this to start again pretty quickly, though. I think there's enough breeze to get them going.
We'll take a look at these 2 teams, and for Brown, they come in as one of those 6 teams toward the top of the standings that has got a real chance at this point. Georgetown and Coast Guard, they need a lot of help. They need to take care of business themselves. And for both of those schools, frankly, they did a nice job of carving their way through a sail-off against College of Charleston just to put their name in the hat for top 8. And Georgetown has already caused some chaos with a win in the round of 8 over Stanford, a win in the round of 8 over Roger Williams, and they would love nothing more than to triple that up, move to a perfect 3-0 in the round of 8 with a win here over Brown.
You can see some teams in the distance. I'm just looking over here. Looks to be like the Dartmouth team is taking advantage of this time between races before they start to warm up their boat handling, practice some tacks and jibes, and good on them for doing that.
Yeah, one of the great drills that you can do with your teammates is picking in the middle. So, you know, you've got all 3 of you and you can kind of do it off to a side. You really only need 3 boats for it, so this is definitely one of those opportune times of just practicing that if you can, especially with the starting line kind of being moved around. But if I were to see that the starting line were placed down, I would just round those and kind of get as familiar as possible as I can with that line, and just kind of get even a land sight for just to really know where that line is.
So, Gloria, you skippered in college. Where did you like to start in a team race? Did you have an assigned zone or an area you like to start?
I was usually in the middle or the boat. So, but personally, I always kind of like the boat. I think that you just the door is way more open for a lot more action pre-start. I know you can be pretty proactive pre-start, or very just start my own race. And I definitely really like to be in the action pre-start. Like as soon as the two-minute sequence starts, 2 minutes goes off and you're allowed to interact with other boats. I really liked that part. So I would say I had pretty active pre-start, and I found my success there. And what about you, Clay? Where was your sweet spot for the starts in team racing?
Those who know me know that I really enjoy to start at the pen.
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
You gave me pen vibes.
Yeah.
It's a vibe. It's like it's a very. I think there's a, takes a certain kind of person to start at the pen.
I kind of looked at the game of pin. I kind of looked at starting at the pin, kind of like a game of chicken, and it's pretty high risk, high reward. Because if you are early and you get forced outside the pin, you're pretty easy to be picked off by the other team. But I definitely enjoyed starting with them. I thought I just heard some horns, which means they're probably going to be getting back into sequence right now.
We'll take a look at the Georgetown Hoyas, who check in with this cast of 8, and again will be 3 skippers and 3 crew participating for these 3 boats here this afternoon.
Yeah, it looks like Mariner, Fagan, Matteo de Blasi, Diego Escobar, Enzo Mendito, Emily Panarella, Addie Harris, Caro Gaston, and Spencer Creekstein. So a little bit of an older group here, I think. So, but Georgetown is the kind of team that's just stacked. I mean, their team goes very, very deep. So I can only imagine that they're going to have a new rotation of sailors for when their graduation expires, I guess, or when they expire. What would we call a sailor that graduates?
Expires feels a little
yes.
drastic.
a bit
Although I guess that's the looming sense of dread when you're about to leave college and enter the real world, right? Oh no, I'm expiring.
I'm expiring, yeah.
Georgetown with 1 underclassman, just a lone sophomore out of those 8 names, which is in stark contrast to, say, Stanford, who we'll see coming up in the next couple of races going up against Roger Williams. We took a look at the lineup for them, and saw one of the skippers was a freshman, just a ton of underclassmen. So these teams are comprised a little differently, and maybe that is where Georgetown was able to knock off Stanford in the round of 8. You had that savvy veteran group of Hoyas that have been in situations like this before, and if you're Stanford, you're a freshman, you might be tightening up in such a big moment on a national stage.
This is a great shot right here at the start. Georgetown's in the blue sails, and I mean, to me, it looks like they're textbook right now. You're the lured most boat at the pin. Up. He wasn't going to make it. So boat 18 felt like they were not going to make the pin, and they jibed around. And let's see if it's tight for boat 3 to get around there.
Nice dial down from boat 1 of Brown.
Interesting. Yeah, they were set up well, and as it shakes out, Brown actually looks like they get off the starting line in a pretty solid position.
The only thing that concerns me is that they all tacked onto port off that starting line. So let's cross our fingers that this next race goes on. Boat 2 definitely looking far more lifted than the boat's lower right. What do you think, Clay?
Yeah, it looks a little light and slow on the right side of the course. And there's a quick tack. Big shift to the right. Wow. You can see everybody tacking over.
That's definitely not in Brown's favor here. Maybe boat 2 punched out to the on the top left from Brown. May have something on 16, but it looks like they're quite quick to catch up here.
It's amazing how a shift like that can just totally invert the fleet a little bit. And both 16 and 18 looked lower and slow in the bottom right corner, and you get a big righty, and boom, they're back in the race. But the course looks square, and I think they're going to keep this one going, at least for the time being.
I think so as well. It's definitely going to be up to what if I were Brown right now, I would just keep going fast and just hope for a quick little shift to bring me back over. Maybe that's what 3 was tacking on. A little something, just see if they can get a piece of boat 18 from Georgetown. And surely boat 3 sees that they're ahead of boat 17.
Looks like all 3 Georgetown boats are leading the charge out to the right side of the course. I would say they're winning at the moment, but nobody looks like they have a solid grasp on any of the Brown boats where they're completely in control, so this one's still up in the air. We'll see how it comes together here at the top. Looks like we're going to get a Georgetown boat in first. I see some.
Few protests being hailed here. Boat 3, interestingly enough, had mark room going into there. I wasn't sure if they were inside, but they did a great job of kind of slowing down those Georgetown boats and bringing that fleet back together when they're in a losing play.
So I heard a whistle from an umpire and saw a flag. I couldn't tell what it was, but I haven't seen anybody spin. So to me, that means...
Oh, and a little bit of a high...
No foul.
That's a pretty high reach mark, which brings in interesting play in there from Brown to be able to come back on starboard.
Yeah, 16 got caught on port and did a quick spin to exonerate themselves. So another shake up here.
So boat 3 from Brown is doing a pretty good job of slowing down the two second placed boat from Georgetown at the minute, 17. So we'll see boat 1 from Brown kind of is staying on the starboard end of the race course, coming back to his teammate. But we're kind of letting boat 17 go back off on their own. Which, Clay, what do you think of that?
Yeah, as this shakes out, I'd say boat 18 is in first place. And if 17 can sneak into second place, that could be a good winning combination for Georgetown.
Yeah, I would say the one thing that's not in 17's favor is that they are going, if you're looking downwind, to the right-hand side of the course, which means that they are losing starboard advantage, which means that when they're coming back to the Mark 3, not only are they going to not be on starboard, they're potentially coming back on port, but they're also going to be outside of all mark room. So unless they can really get their bow and stern way ahead of the two inside Brown boats, they're going to have a little bit of a hard time rounding Mark 3.
I think also encouraging what you're seeing across your screen is Dartmouth and the Coast Guard Academy. Those are the other boats that you see at the top of your picture. So we've got a second race also in the water. This is our first race of the day, nearly 4 hours after action was supposed to start here in the Charles River in Boston. We've got up to 25 races that need to be completed, certainly 19 races to get us through the round of 8, and this is the first of those 19.
Wow, what a fascinating slow there from Brown 1. Really took an aggressive slow to make sure that no Georgetown boat was going inside of him. Inside of them. Crew did a great job there from boat 1 of just making sure the jib is trimmed properly, slowing down the boat. That boat, they did a great job. Looks like Brown boat 2 is spinning. That's a 720. Clay, your teammate is now in the 5, potentially moving into the 6. Or I'm sorry, no, you've got it. Your teammates are 5-6. You're this Brown boat up ahead. What are you doing?
Life is pretty tough for you right now. The Brown team has 2 boats that are pretty deep, 5-6. And as we're watching the 6th place boat round. So Georgetown looks to be pretty in control right now. I think they're trying to think play 1, which is let's get a first and a second, and we're going to cover boat 1 at the same time. They need to be smart about how they do it. They don't all need to cover boat 1. So I'm looking for 16 to sail fast and catch up a little bit, 17 sail fast, 18's going to cover. It's looking pretty solid for Georgetown after those spins at the bottom mark there. You know, what can you do about it? Build a time machine and go back and not foul down there. I don't know. Look for any opportunity to slow down or catch up or something, but it's not looking that great at the moment.
And you've got 16 sailing away at the top, which is pulling other boats from the back. This is just really stacking up in Georgetown's favor.
Yeah, they're 1, 2, 3, and they're winning 3 pairs, and they're covered really well, and we're halfway up the last beat, and time is running out for this Brown team.
Yeah, this is one of those instances where you're kind of just hoping that their boat speed can do just catch them up to an instance where maybe they're not ahead, but where they just get close enough where they can make something happen. But it's one of those, if they can make something happen, it'll be very last minute, and it's going to have to be something pretty dramatic, like potentially drawing foul or something to make something happen. But usually in these scenarios, it does look like Georgetown has it pretty locked.
You can see boat 1 from Brown just trying anything that they can do. See if they can engage somebody in an attacking duel. Just try to get a piece of anybody.
Now, this could come across interesting if boat 3 from Brown crosses boat 18 from Georgetown here in the middle. They're not in a great spot to do this come in with speed, considering they're getting covered pretty well here by Georgetown 17.
Yeah, 17's done a nice job of slowing down to position themselves on top of number 3 so that if they can cross, they won't be able to do it. And they're luffing their jib and they're tacking with them. One thing that I like that the Georgetown team did is they didn't come together and engage with the Brown boat. They're just going to stay out to the right and stay away from boat 3 and not give them that opportunity to interfere. And it looks like Georgetown's going to end up crossing the finish line here with a 1-2. So good covering by the Georgetown team up that last beat. I think they did a nice job. And to me, that race was kind of won on that bottom reach when those penalties were imposed on the Brown team.
Yeah, it just goes to show how you really don't want to leave the race call and win in the hands of the umpire, right? Some of the best team racing teams that we've seen win national champions are the teams that avoid any umpire calls. They are not involved in protests whatsoever because they just know how to execute it without getting the umpires involved.
So victory for the Georgetown Hoyas, a perfect 3-0 in the round of 8. They have stepped up their game against some of the best competition in the country. And while they started a little on the outside looking in, they've certainly done nothing to hurt their chances as teams might be falling further and further back to the pack. The next race that's on the docket, it's Coast Guard against Dartmouth. And this is one where Dartmouth's margin for error moving forward, already with 6 losses to its name, they can ill afford to drop too many more, if not any more at this point.
Yeah, so we're on the bottom reach already. We picked them up. It looks like Dartmouth has a 1-5-6. So Coast Guard's in a pretty solid 2-3-4 and looking okay. Look for boat 11 to try something to slow down those leading Coast Guard boats.
Looks like Dartmouth made a pretty quick turn, though. Is that faster than you would have liked, Clay?
Yeah, I think the opportunities are becoming fewer and fewer as you get close to the finish line. And one place where you have a chance to do something is at that leeward mark. I probably would have liked to have seen some sort of a trap or condense or something to help your teammates out a little bit. Fortunately, your teammates are a pretty close 5-6, so maybe they can try some tacks and see what they can do to catch up.
Yeah, the neat thing about play 2, I think it's one of those, you know, really neat plays where every single person has quite a, like, just a really fun role, I think, right? So, you know, the 2-3-4, the 4 kind of has the opportunity and should be technically putting in a bump on the 5 and 6, like you were saying. You want to do something to kind of slow down the 5 and 6, create a gap. That way you're not coming so close together with your teammates. So had that fourth place boat put in a little bit of a bump, now we wouldn't be so worried about 5 potentially not having or being ahead of boat 10 from Dartmouth. So what are the roles of the 2 and the 3 in the play 2, Clay?
Yeah, I think if your 4th place boat is doing a little bump and run, you want to just round the mark and put yourself in the best covering scheme possible. And they've done that. They're doing a really nice job of, you can see all of these boats from Coast Guard are playing it nicely. Boat 5's got the left, boat 4's got the right, boat 6 has been, well, they're switching right now, but he's been bouncing back and forth in the middle, and they've all just been taking turns covering the 2 trailing Dartmouth boats and making sure that they're under control.
Yeah, they're definitely doing it out of the textbook. I think they're doing a great job of holding their coverings.
Now, we're getting closer to the finish, and this might be an opportunity for 11 to come down hard on number 6 and take them out and see if they can do some sort of a pass back with their teammate number 12 on the right side of the course. Here's something interesting. Seeing that the finish line is all the way over here, if I was boat number 11 and I could pin boat 6 and free my teammate number 12 to go all the way out to the right side of the course, that could be an opportunity for them to get some clear air and sail closer to the finish line.
Yeah, I think the first boat 11 from Dartmouth, is doing a pretty good job of staying pretty close. But definitely it's one of those things where you're not going to get out of a 156 if you just do nothing, right? So definitely it's always better to do something rather than nothing, and while doing something, lose that one rather than just finish in the one.
Things are coming together here, though. There's an opportunity here for Dartmouth.
Yeah, we definitely need to look for Coast Guard to really be slowing down 12 first before they slow down on their teammate 5.
So Coast Guard's grabbed the 1 away from number 11, but 12 has caught up to their Coast Guard counterpart, number 5.
With so many tacks, I'm seeing some of these tacks come out a little bit slow. One super crucial thing to not forget in a light air day like this, where you're doing so many tacks, is like you gotta nail them, right? Like you can really lose a lot right now in this very final minute of the race by just having a bad tack.
Yeah, so a little bit of righty pressure here. Number 10 looks pretty solid. Number 12 from Dartmouth looks like they're ahead of that Coast Guard boat on the right side of our screen.
Boat 11, I mean, they just tacked in with overlap with boat 4. They have luffing rights now on boat 4.
I think this race is going to go to Dartmouth here.
I think so as well.
Looks like Dartmouth squeaked in and got the 1. And
potential of 3. Wow.
Even if they got a 4 out of that, I think Dartmouth's going to win with either a 1-3 or a 1-3-5 or 1-4-5. But I think Dartmouth squeaks away with that win.
Yeah, I think Dartmouth just did an excellent job on that second half of the upwind. Just goes to show how quickly things can change within such a short span of time or even short distance. Dartmouth did an excellent job of drawing back the 2-3-4 and splitting up those teammates and just gaining advantage on just one of them. That's really all it takes, is just gaining advantage on one of them. And once you gain advantage on one, that's kind of that whole little pyramid of the 2-3-4 just kind of can quite literally crumble from that point on.
So with that victory, Dartmouth improves to 12-6. It ties the Big Green with Yale for 4th place. And now we turn our attention to Stanford taking on Roger Williams. And this is a big one at the top, where you've got Stanford A. They're looking to get to 12-6 themselves. And if you're the rest of the teams out on the water, you would love for Roger Williams to pick up a pivotal 4th loss so far this weekend.
So I think we're on the second beat of this race, going towards the finish line. Roger Williams is in green, 13, 14, 15. Stanford in pink, 7, 8, 9. Looks like there's a pink boat coming out from the right side. Right.
Yeah, that looks like it.
And then a Stanford boat is winning this pair in the middle. And then Roger Williams is going to come over and get in front of them.
So it's an interesting lee bow there from Roger Williams.
I think 4 is losing this combination in the middle. They would be best set up if they could get in front of this Stanford boat coming over to the right side, and that's what they're trying to do.
It's tough because boat 14 rather, my apologies.
Yeah, 14, excuse me.
14 from Roger Williams. They were doing so many tacks just there in that moment that they really, really slowed their boat down. Curious to see, they're really down in speed, which could be to Stanford's advantage. This moment right here, where you're doing matching tacks with another boat, so crucial to make sure that you have a very strong roll tack. Great speed here from boat 9.
So it looks like Roger Williams is going to get first place in this race. The two Stanford boats need to really slow down the Roger Williams boats. They have to finish in a 2.34 or 2.35. And there's a red flag.
It may be for boat 8 there. I did see contact between them and 13. And it appears
But it looks like Roger Williams is going to get a 1-2 out of that.
So the opportunity was there at the end for Stanford, but it was just a sliver of an opportunity to make that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough.
So that keeps Roger Williams with 3 losses, and it, for now, pushes them 1/2 point ahead of Harvard. And so Roger Williams with 15 points, 3 losses. Harvard 14.5, 3 losses. And that gives Stanford a 7th loss. And so for a group that started 4-0, Stanford is now 7-7 over its last 14 races here in the regatta.
Yeah. You know what's really great, though, is the breeze is kind of starting to hold here and staying pretty consistent across the race course.
It seems as if, and correct me if I'm wrong, if this thing had started at 10:30 a.m., we had 25 races to get in front of us, that there would have been a little bit more of a relaxed pace. But given that we've played with 4 hours of house money, it feels like they are running these races out just with no hesitation.
Yeah, I would say that now it's one of those things where I don't want to say pressure's on, but it's like, yeah, there's, they're feeling a little bit more pressure now to just really finish these races off. I think the most important thing is they just want to finish the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
So Final Four is not necessary whatsoever to complete a national championship, and neither is completing the top 8. The matter of the fact is that if they aren't able to complete the top 8 for whatever reason, then it's just all those races are discounted. You revert back to the previous scores. So ideally, everybody wants to get through the top 8. They're going to attempt to and just do it as fast as they can, but it's one of those things where if they don't, it's not the end of the world either. We did get through that first round of 16 teams.
Where things stand right now, we had 19 races to get through today in order to get to the round of 4, the Final Four. And so far, 3 of those races are now in the books. Georgetown beats Brown, Dartmouth over Coast Guard, and then we just saw Roger Williams take care of Stanford. So the next flight includes Georgetown getting back in the water against Harvard. This is a chance for the Crimson to once again leapfrog Roger Williams. And taking a look at the matchup between Roger Williams and Harvard, if we're not able to get through the Final Four, the Roger Williams and Harvard race in Flight 10 is the very, very, very last race of the round of 8. So we could see our last race competed, and again, that's all dependent on time. We're hoping we can get through everything today, but the very last race in the round of 8 could potentially be between the teams that are separated by just half a point.
Yeah, I think if I was any team, I'd really want to get through those, top 8. If anything, the nice thing is like most sailors that are out there, they want to get through as many races as possible as well, right? They all want that fight to the finish. And I would even say that the team that would win, if you had to revert back on all those races, they want as many races as possible too. They really want to win this fair and square. They want to win this, through multiple fights for the trophy. It's not, you know, they don't want to just hand it to them.
And for what it's worth, and we hope that we're behind the quieter wins portion of our day, but it was, if we aren't able to get through the next 16 races over the ensuing 2.5 hours, which we sure hope we will, it's Roger Williams that had the 13-2 record through the round of 16, and they would be crowned national champions. But as you just pointed out, Gloria, everyone here hoping and perhaps at this point expecting now, with the wins as they are, that we should be able to get through the round of 8.
Yeah, and with Breeze back up here, I'm starting to see a few more teams kind of leading into the starts here. And great hold up from 17 of Harvard. Potentially they were over.
It looks like 3 boats were over there. 17 for Harvard, and then 2 and 3 for Georgetown. So that allows the 2 Harvard teammates to actually get ahead. Actually, 1 was over as well.
Yeah, 17 did a great job there of holding up 2 of their opponents, boats 2 and 3. And then what I really liked from that start was that even when they were over, when they went back for the dip down, they followed with their opponent. Pretty strong hold here from Harvard across the race course here.
This is a Georgetown team that has already knocked off in the round of 8. Roger Williams, Brown, Dartmouth. They're able to knock off Harvard here. This would really, really give them even more of a boost. It's not out of the question at this point that Georgetown, they beat Harvard here. They could be scratching the outside of that top 4. It would still require some doing from some other teams, but at 10 and 8 at this very moment, Georgetown not mathematically out of it.
That's right. I think they do have a very strong team. They were pretty dominant in the Mesa district this year. So I wouldn't be surprised if on the final day they really climbed their way back up.
You look back to yesterday for Georgetown and what could have been a loss to Tulane still stings, and a loss to, well, that's, and Charleston, who put up a pretty good fight. So really it's just the one loss to Tulane that you look back on and think, okay, losing to a team outside of the top 8, that's the one that they would like to have back.
So it looks like Harvard is going to have the first here. Boat number 18 is leading boat 2 into the mark. 16's doing a duck on 3.
Potential play 4 here.
Yeah, it looks like it's turning into a play 4. You know, Harvard probably may have botched that opportunity a little. It looked like if they had... Ooh.
I'd say that's a foul there from 18. It's one of those things where...
Yeah, it looks like 18 spinning. So that was a botched opportunity, in my opinion, on the Harvard team. They were winning 3 pairs, and if they covered really well and did a better job, they could have easily converted to a play 1 at that mark, and instead they go play 4 and the 1 fouls, and it's turned it into a Georgetown with a 1-2-6 lead. So not over, but not great.
So if you're in the 3-4 from Harvard at the minute, what would you do to help bring yourself back into the race?
Well, the goal is we need to slow down. The Harvard team would need to slow down one of the Georgetown boats. So you can see boat 18 is sailing really high and trying to sucker boat 3 to go high with them, and maybe allow their teammates to sail a more direct course to the leeward mark and hopefully get ahead of someone in one of them and give them an opportunity to do a pass back.
It's definitely a little tough just when they're on the reach. I feel like it's a lot easier to get in a great cover zone when everybody's winging down. But with this light air stuff, it's just going to be a little bit that much harder.
Yeah, Georgetown, boat number 3, is doing a really nice job of staying high enough, but not also getting suckered high. And that's where being as close to that boat as possible, number 18, if he can just be a little bit closer to him and affect that guy's breeze just a little bit more, you might be able to drag him up, but boat number 3 is sailing really well right now.
Yeah, I think there's a huge mental aspect as well of being in a play 1 and being the 2, knowing that the 2 is going to be getting especially covered by whatever opponents you have. And so the big mental aspect is do not panic, keep sailing fast, and just stay in your position. And like I've seen it so many times before where you can see the panic based on like, you know, them maneuvering pretty high or pretty low, and you can kind of see the skipper kind of wobble even a bit. And then that's usually when they lose the 2. But like you said, they're doing a pretty good job. Calm, cool, consistent. Bit of a breeze change here. But they're staying inside. They've got starboard advantage. 18 may creep inside of them. What a great jibe there from 18.
Yeah, but Georgetown's teammate number 2 is set up perfectly to bump number 18 if needed and let their teammate number 3 go in front of them.
Right.
So that was a really good job of the first place Georgetown boat to be there in case needed, and he was needed. They were needed. So Georgetown maintains their 1-2-6 at the leeward mark.
Georgetown doing a really great job of staying calm, trusting the process, and like pretty textbook 1-2 there. Looking for the 3 to go. There they are. 3's job is now going to be covering the left-hand side in boat 18. 2 had a pretty great rounding. They're a little bit higher. Going to cover the right-hand side.
Again, all of this is being set up from a couple of marks ago. Harvard, number 18, picking up that foul.
Yeah, and you think back to their start. I mean, they were 1-2-3 off the starting line and just got a little bit sloppy on their covering scheme at the top and let Georgetown get back into it, and then a foul turns it into a 1-2 for Georgetown. So Harvard's just thinking right now we just need to get a piece of somebody, either boat 2 or boat 3.
Can we go back to the dock to get a charger soon?
You know, I do find it interesting. A lot of times, as you're the losing team, what you want to do is draw everyone back to the middle. Maybe you're familiar with this as well, but you want to draw them back to the middle because you want people to interact, right? You want interaction because with interaction happens mistakes, happens errors. So when you're losing, you don't really kind of want to bang out to a side. You'd rather bring everybody back to the middle and make some action happen. But I haven't seen just too much of that in this race. Seems like that's going to be a 1-2 for Georgetown. It's going to be one of those moments where, you know, the 0.5, we see the half win loss for Harvard. Will be making quite a difference for them in the end.
Yep, so Georgetown takes advantage of a Harvard mistake and sails a pretty textbook, perfect rest of the race to take that one.
That is definitely probably one of the best 1-2s I've seen out on the water so far. Just like I was saying, huge mental aspect of it, of just staying calm. Another part is just trusting your teammate, right? So oftentimes you'll see people panic, or even a teammate may not even be paying attention and forget their role, and then you don't have that backup. But like you said, Clay, their teammate was ready to help them, and they needed that help, and they executed it perfectly, and they were able to finish calm, cool, collected, 1-2.
And so Georgetown able to give Harvard its 4th loss of the weekend. The reigning national champs are now not only one down in the loss column, they're a half point out in the win column against Roger Williams. And for Georgetown, that's up to 11-8 now for them. You can add 1 to Georgetown, so they're a half back of Stanford as Georgetown looks to creep on up the leaderboard. And Harvard, they're sitting with a 4th loss now following that one to Georgetown. So that's the very first race in Flight 5 here in the round of 8, and so that's why those records, those numbers are reflective of through 4 full flights when we are rocking and rolling onto more action here in the round of 8. Yale and Coast Guard in the water, Stanford and Brown as well. This one feels like a must-get for Yale at this point, trying to stay inside the top 4, going up against a Coast Guard team that suddenly finds itself 7-11. They've dropped all 3 races so far here in the round of 8.
Okay. Okay. So we need to dock for a piece of equipment real quick and then come back up. Thanks, Bob. Off this, right? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Is it a puzzle for me to come fucked up? No. I think it's good commentary, but
Looks like we're seeing the tail end of this Yale Coast Guard race. Yale in 4-5-6 looks pretty solidly in control, and that they're going to win with at least a 1-2. So you're right, Adam. This is an important win for Yale to keep the pressure on the leaderboard and solidify their place in the top 4 and keep the losses off the board so that maybe they have a chance to win this thing.
So that keeps Yale in a decent enough spot inside the top 4. And like all the other teams not named at this point, Roger Williams, it's the Hawks that are in the driver's seat. And they've got plenty of tough challenges the rest of the way. There's no doubt about it. Roger Williams still has matches, his races against Dartmouth, Brown, and Harvard, as well as Yale. So there's plenty of work to do for Roger Williams and plenty of stumbling blocks along the way.
So picking up here, this is a really important race for both of these teams, Stanford and Brown. Brown's in 7-8-9, Stanford 13-14-15. Looks like they just rounded Mark 3, and Stanford here has a 1-2-5, which is a pretty solid combination. First and second are thinking about just let's get around this mark and divvy up into our covering scheme and try and win this race. And then boat 15 and behind here is trying to keep boat 8 behind them just as an ace we talked about earlier. Something in control in case something goes crazy up front.
Yeah, Brown having a little bit of a harder start to the day. I wonder if doing so many attempts at a race could possibly have impacted team morale going into these next few races. As we saw that they were coming off of a 9-race win streak. So
obviously it's extenuating circumstances in a national championship format. We credit the officials for wanting to make sure that these races are absolutely perfect. So, you know, I'm sure of the eventual 6 attempts, that the 5 that were called back, maybe some of those would let go in a regular season type format, but postseason it just means so much more. Have either of you been in a situation where a race has taken 6 attempts to get going like that?
I don't think so. That was a lot of attempts.
Yeah. I would say, though, you know, it's one of those interesting, put yourself in the shoes of the sailor, but then also put yourself in the shoes of the PRO, right?
Yeah.
Like
totally.
in the end, they gave them a good race, right? Like one with good conditions. And it's one of those things where, as a sailor, in the moment, you're never going to understand the PRO's perspective until you're in their shoes, right? And so you'll find yourself maybe PROing a little bit after college, and you'll be like, oh, okay, I get it now. This is really hard.
Yeah. And Clay, it seems like something that you said to me as well yesterday off air, that just even the mechanics of being an official and umpire and flagging teams, it's just you didn't even understand it even at the highest level in college.
Yeah, I think for sure it's rounded out my game and helped me learn a lot more being in different roles, whether it's the sailor, running races, umpiring, coaching. You see it through a different lens, and you probably become a stronger sailor because you're looking at it through a different lens. So we're watching Stanford here do a pretty nice job up the last beat of covering Brown. One thing that would make me feel pretty comfortable, even though it's gotten a little close, is that in the back here, you're still winning this combination. So that's still something you can rely on if you're Stanford, if things get a little weird up top here. But look for boat 15 to come over here, boat 13 to come over here and tack and lead them back, lead their Brown counterpart back to the right side.
I will say the left-hand side does look a little bit stronger at the minute, but it's one of those things of trusting your teammate that they're going to slow down your opponent. So 13 did a pretty good job. Trust the process. 14 is now going to be able to cover 7 and 9, and 13 is going to be able to come back over on starboard in an advantaged place on ley line coming into the finish. If they don't finish 1-2, they have a great opportunity to finish 1-3.
Looks like Stanford is going to finish with a 1-2.
Yep.
And take this race from Brown.
So Brown now picks up a 6th loss, which drops Brown into the likes with Yale and Dartmouth with 6 losses apiece. Stanford keeps itself clear of Georgetown with a 12-7 mark. And what this means larger is obviously Brown, Yale, and Dartmouth are the 3 teams fighting for the 3rd and 4th spots in the top 4. But Roger Williams and Harvard now are a couple of losses clear of that pack. And so it's turning into a bit of a 2-horse race with plenty of time still to go. But suddenly Brown, Yale, Dartmouth, they're cheering for anybody that's going up against Roger Williams and Harvard at this moment.
Right. If I was Brown, I honestly would I would still feel pretty good, and I would be very happy with my team that we put up such a good performance that we allowed ourselves for some buffer races today. So biggest thing is going to be for them is brushing off these losses and just moving forward, right? They're not in a bad place. They haven't dropped all the way down to 8th place. They're still in a great spot. And, you know, just trust the process, trust your teammates. And, you know, we worked really hard yesterday to put ourselves in a good spot and allow for some losses as a buffer, so we can absolutely come back from this still.
Yeah, but I mean, Brown has aspirations of winning this regatta, right? So
that's a fair point.
These are all important races, and as you just took 2 losses to start your day, I'm sure they're a little frustrated and hoping to regroup and get back on track, because you need to start winning races if you want to win this regatta. They're a really good team, and I don't think they came here to just finish in the top 8. They want to be on the podium.
And for Brown, they're going to have to simmer in it for a little bit. They just concluded race 138, and they don't go up again until race 143. So certainly some time for these athletes to stew over that result as we begin flight 6. It's Roger Williams against Dartmouth, and again the rest of the field suddenly becoming big Dartmouth fans, hoping that Roger Williams can start to pick up some losses.
So Roger Williams is boat numbers 1, 2, and 3 with the red sails, going up against Dartmouth in 16, 17, 18 with the blue sails. We're under a minute until the start. That was 30 seconds. You can see the pin, the green buoy at the bottom of our screen here.
18 pretty close to the line here.
And
Whoa,
both
Raj.
3 thought they couldn't make it, so they jibed out, and
Wow.
18 ends up with a really nice pin end start. My kind of guy.
Yeah, right. The only issue I can see for them is they are kind of potentially going to start covering their teammate. Their teammate doesn't really have a really good out here at the minute.
Yeah, so I've done this before where you have 2 boats near the pin end of the line. The windwardmost boat, this boat, is going to pinch pretty hard and try and slow down their opponent and allow that lead boat to tack out with them, which is exactly what they did.
Great job.
And as soon as their opponent goes, you can break off and start going fast again and know that your teammate number 18 is in a good covering scheme. So that was a really nice job of getting out of that situation.
Geographically, is this as wide a spread as we've seen from the outermost boats in a race so far this weekend?
This
Feels
is
like it.
this is as wide as it gets. We had
Yeah.
some boats start and immediately go to the right, and some boats went immediately to the left. So this is pretty spread out. Now that Roger Williams boat actually came back over and got in front of their Dartmouth opponent over on the left-hand side of the screen. So it didn't work out for that one pair.
Nice little tacking duel between the two as well.
So we can see this is pretty clearly broken up into three battles. One Dartmouth and Roger Williams boat in each side, and then one in the middle. And whichever of these 2 schools can win 2 of these 3 is going to be looking to be leading at the top mark.
Yeah, at the minute looks like we got 2 Dartmouth boats as the leeward boats.
Looks here like Roger Williams, boat 3, is at least preventing boat 18 from tacking, and then their Roger Williams teammate is coming out on the starboard tackle A line ahead. Let's see if they can slow down their opponent. And so one move here, boat 3 can actually sail a little high on ley line so that if they have to, they were hoping to cross, and boat 17 tack, so they're set free a little bit. I was going to say, one thing you can do is you can sail really high on above the ley line. So if you have a starboard tack boat coming, you have the option of ducking them and still making the mark.
Right.
But it looked like they were trying to cross them, actually. Regardless, it looks like Roger Williams is also winning that pair at the end, at the back of the fleet. So at worst case, they're play 4 and in a winning combination.
Even causing perhaps that was a spin, or maybe just a jibe to get out of their pin. But I think the Dartmouth boats are doing a pretty good job of just kind of holding on to that one Raj boat as long as they can, and they just want to keep slowing. They essentially want to just stop the race exactly where it is and let their teammate in the deep 6 catch up.
We're watching the 5th and 6th place Roger Williams and Dartmouth boats. Roger Williams is ahead in this pair and is staying ahead, but slowing down the 6th place boat.
Yeah, so if I was the Roger Williams boat 2, and correct me if I'm wrong, Clay, but I'd want to be just a little bit closer to the group right now. Is that right?
Yes. So Roger Williams is in a 1-4-5. The goal of the 1 is to keep the 1. That's the most important thing. But your secondary goal is to stay close. And if there's an opportunity to pounce and help your teammate, you need to be close enough to do it. And the problem is if you get too far ahead and that opportunity presents itself, you might not be able to get back and help them. So I think they're focusing on keeping that lead at the moment and letting their teammate do some work. I would look for them to get a little closer and slow down more as the race progresses.
Yeah, and I think Dartmouth is doing a great job of two-teaming boat 3 from Roger Williams. And I think it's one of those things, yeah, Roger Williams right now is just, it's a 2v1 fight, you know? You're up against 2 guys. It's going to be a tough fight to win, right?
And so Dartmouth has closed the gap, and they've used this opportunity to each grab a Roger Williams boat and let their teammate sail wide around the outside and convert to a 2-3-4. So that was a really good move by the Dartmouth team. Look over here, this Dartmouth sailor needs to really clamp down on Roger Williams to allow that 2-3-4 to happen. And this is a case of where if that Roger Williams boat number 2 is close, they could give that Dartmouth boat a little tap and maybe they can convert to a 1-2. Interestingly, that the Roger Williams boat number 1 is on the inside, and I think that Dartmouth boat just can't control him.
Yeah, I think boat 1 from Raj is still going to have a little bit of trouble here. It looks like he's kind of getting suckered in.
Right.
Which, that's exactly what Dartmouth wants right now. If
Well,
I was Dartmouth, I'd want him to take me up.
Yes, because for a moment they were trying to go play 1, and then it didn't develop, so Roger Williams did the conservative thing and said, you know what, let's just go play 4 and be safe here and make sure we're in a winning combination. And this really speaks to team racing and how often the combinations are changing and how these players need to adapt and be okay with it. And you're going to make a mistake and the combination might not go in your favor, but it doesn't mean the race is over. And this race has gone back and forth so many times already just on this downwind alone. So
I'm curious if overlap was broken between 16 and 1. Because if it was never broken, 1 technically, they're not even in the zone. They can carry them out forever. Ooh, and even using the other race to their advantage.
There was some contact.
For sure. And Roger Williams spinning here?
16 spinning. I think Roger Williams just tacked around.
I'll do it.
So that's going to reset things once again and have Roger Williams in the 1-4-5. Still a winning combination.
You're a 2-3. You still have an upwind leg and like a quarter of a reach leg. What are you doing?
Well, the first thing is boat number 16, the boat in last, needs to sail as fast as possible and catch up because the 17 and 18 boat, they need to slow down the Roger Williams opponents and pass their teammate ahead of them. So it looks like they've divided up pretty nicely, and it looks like their teammate who's just spinning is closing the gap and getting back into it. Now here's something that's happening. You can see Roger Williams is looking at this up as an opportunity to maybe do a 1-3 pass back and can go to a play 1, or at least be in touch.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened around there at Mark 3, but when you have that 2-3 and you want to hold back the other 2 players, getting a absolutely stunning mark rounding is going to be so imperative, or at least get a better mark rounding than the people behind you.
Right.
And it looks like a bad mark rounding may have cost boat 17 from Dartmouth.
Look for boat 2 I think boat 2 should be tacking right here on their opponent. Yep, that's a really nice job. This guy needs to sail fast and allow his teammate to slow down these other boats, and maybe you can convert, Roger Williams can convert this to a 1-2, and it looks like they just did that. Looking for these Roger Williams boats to tack pretty soon. Both of them. As we sail through another race coming downwind. Yeah,
That's a look at Coast Guard and Georgetown in progress. Race 140 trailing this race 139.
So off in the distance, it looks like there's a Roger Williams boat winning this combination. Looks like actually there's a little bit of a lefty out here, which is allowing boat 18 to get back in the mix. That might have been a mistake by Roger Williams to not go all the way out there and cover. Though it does look like now that they can get back in touch with them at least.
Right.
You know, here's another thing is the finish line is coming up here, so there's a chance that even though boat 18 caught up a lot, they might not be able to do anything to slow them down. Oh, there's a big righty allowing number 2 to get back in the mix.
That's tough.
Look for 18 to tack back here and hope to pin. Boat 18 needs to pin out boat 1. But, and this comes back to what I was saying earlier, by owning this combination at the top of the screen, even though something happened at the bottom with your teammate, Roger Williams is still going to be able to convert and win with a 1-2.
It's that ace.
You're right. It's the keep the ace, keep somebody behind you so that no matter what, you can still win this thing. And that's what Roger Williams did well there.
Great work by the 18, though, for Dartmouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really nice job. Your options were limited, but they were able to pin them and then ultimately draw a foul and give themselves a chance. It was a really nice job. But Roger Williams is going to take that one.
Roger Williams improves to 16-3 now overall, still staying 1 loss ahead of Harvard, and they are 1.5 wins ahead of Harvard in that department. So a good fight there for Dartmouth, but for the rest of the field, not good enough. Roger Williams remains in the driver's seat as we move on to races 140 and now race 141 as we pick up Harvard and Stanford more towards the beginning of their race. This is a battle for Harvard that now that you're a loss behind, you're 1.5 points behind in the win column, suddenly running out of opportunities. You just got to keep on winning.
We're actually picking up these guys on the downwind, and Stanford looks to be in a pretty controlling position at the moment. You're right, this is an important race for Harvard, and important for Stanford too, if they want to get back in that top 4 grouping.
I'd be a little bit nervous as a Stanford boat all the way outside here, leading back.
Well, this Harvard boat has the best opportunity to pass somebody.
Right.
And in an ideal world, they round in first and get ahead of this guy, but worst case scenario, they really need to stay ahead of that guy.
Right. And I'd be nervous being this Stanford boat a little bit.
Right. And you can tell 13 is helping their teammate out by just slowing down that Stanford boat number 7 and giving their teammate an opportunity to come involved. So yes, Stanford is going to be in the 1, but hopefully boat 14 can get in front of boat 7.
Which it looks like that's going to be the case, inside and on starboard. Looking for that Stanford teammate to come in and help.
And Mark 3 comes into view.
It looks like boat 7, they jibed in with no overlap with 14, which means 14 I believe they had proper course to round the mark. That potentially could have been outside of the zone from boat 13 to call leeward there. And it looks like we have a little bit of contact of pile up here. Not looking so pretty though, at all. I couldn't tell you exactly. All I can say is that I'd look for a potential red flag.
I see some Stanford boats both spinning at the bottom here.
Wow,
That
I
looks
believe
like a
that's
green
a green.
flag. Well, that was another call up top. Well, that was quite the shakeup. It looks like Harvard's going to end up with a 1-2 at the leeward mark. 1-2-4.
And a deep 5-6 for Stanford. What are they looking to do besides just race fast and look for some help from the 8 to slow things down here?
You said it. That's all you can do.
Close tack here. I believe I just heard that as well, attacking too close.
So Harvard is going to do their best to just divide up and do a nice covering scheme and hopefully not get suckered into attacking duel with boat number 8.
Harvard's just doing a nice job of spreading out, so leaving very little opportunity for Stanford here to catch him in any mistakes.
Yep. So if you're leading, one of the danger spots is if your opponent can put themselves in a spot like right to weather and on starboard, where you as boat 14, even though you might be ahead of them, you can't tack and cross comfortably. So we saw it in the race before, where somebody did that at the finish line. But look for, I mean, those are the only sliver of hopes for the boats behind to try and get on that starboard tack penning position. Let's look at this replay here. I wonder if they're saying that.
Must have been contact here between yeah, it's the contact between 13 taking out 9 and 7. But, you know, I mean, I imagine they're saying starboard, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they've got proper course to round the mark.
Well, they're on opposite jibes, and the only thing I know is that Stanford boat was first into the zone, but did they sail out of the zone to try and take out one of their opponents, and it allowed a new person to get into the zone and get inside.
Yeah, that I can only imagine that's the only scenario where you can kind of sail beyond your proper course, like so. But, you know, whatever did occur there, the Stanford boats had ended up doing their penalty turns on their own without even any protests from the umpires or red flags from the umpires, so that's a win for Harvard, which, once again, they needed that, but as did Stanford, so we'll see how that impacts the standings.
Harvard remains one loss in back of Roger Williams, but does what it needs to do against Stanford. And now for the Cardinal, that is loss number 8, which feels like puts them pretty tough sledding to get into the top 4. But what it does is it moves them down toward Georgetown, which at the start of the round of 8, we sort of felt, okay, this is a 6-horse race. Georgetown and Coast Guard is going to have a tough bit of work to try and crack the top 6. It didn't seem feasible, but we talked about how great Georgetown has sailed here today and at the tail end of yesterday. And all of a sudden, Georgetown, I think it'd be more than just a modest win for them if they were able to overtake, whether it be Stanford, Dartmouth, one of these other teams that are toward the back half of the standings now.
Georgetown is 4-1 in the top 8 so far, with their loss being, interestingly, to Coast Guard. Not even one of the top 5 or 6 teams at the moment.
And that was the final that happened just before this one, so we had not calculated that into the standings, so put a pin on everything I had just said about Stanford creeping down to Georgetown. We'll have to wait on the official results there, because for Georgetown, yeah, they had knocked off all comers up until Coast Guard. Flight 7 set to begin, Dartmouth and Yale. in race number 142. Brown and Roger Williams, Stanford and Coast Guard are the next trio of races. As we're down to the final 10 races in the round of 8. That means we've got 16 races left to go should we get everything in over the next hour 45 minutes. 16 races, hour 45 minutes. How are we feeling about that possibility?
It's going to be close. I think priority one is get this round of 8 in. I'm sure that's what the race committee is thinking. And if there's time for a Final Four, I mean, a Final Four is only, how many races? 6 races. So it's possible, but we're going to be close. What do you think?
I think we got this.
Okay.
I'm always very optimistic, though. Remember, I was saying that race was saleable, so I'm always like, yeah, no problem. Like, yeah, no problem. We got this.
And we sailed. We'll take a look at the larger scope of the standings once we get everything all tabulated. But if you remember back, it was yesterday till almost 7 o'clock that we were able to get this in. It's 5 o'clock here on the final day for travel purposes and just shutting things down and getting teams ready to go for tomorrow when the women's competition begins bright and early.
Yeah, and worth noting that it's no start after 5. So it's like at 4. I've seen it before. Was this last year at Nationals maybe? Where there's been multiple Nationals where it's like the final starting sequence will go off at 4:59 with like 10 seconds to go, and the go horn goes off. And it's go 10 seconds after the start, it turns to 5 o'clock. And they get off that race in that very split second. I can absolutely see that happening today, where it's like that final 20 seconds before 5 o'clock, they finish that start sequence. And so that's maybe something to look forward to. That's always very exciting to count that one down.
As promised, here's a look at the standings, and this is through Flight 6 with these 10 races still to go in the round of 8. Brown and Yale find themselves on the right side of the line. Dartmouth and Stanford with some work to do. And as mentioned, Coast Guard spoiling Georgetown's fun, at least for the moment. Georgetown, if they hadn't dropped that one to Coast Guard, they would have been in a tie for 6th place with Stanford. So right now, I think the excitement is a race for 1st and 2nd, and then you kind of pinch off Brown, Yale, and Dartmouth. Don't count out Stanford yet, but Brown, Yale, and Dartmouth are going to be fighting for 2 of those 3 spots in the top 4. So the next race that we'll be covering, it's Dartmouth and Yale, and that could be one that very well determines one of the teams on the right side of the line and one of the teams not on the right side of the line for that top 4.
Dartmouth is in the red sails 1, 2, and 3. Yale's in the blue sails 16, 17, 18. 20 seconds left to the start here.
Was primed and ready to go there.
Yeah, again, I just have such respect for great pin and starters. What I like that the Dartmouth team did is they won the pin and they won the boat. You can see boat number 2 is tacking out to the right-hand side of the course, so they can kind of control both edges of the course as needed. We call that position the gatekeeper at the boat. If you're the boat end guy, boat end team, you can control if your teammate goes out there uncovered or if an opponent goes out to the right, you can always tack on them, which is what boat number 2 did. So really strong start here for Dartmouth. And you can see they've divided up into 3 winning combinations, boat 3 on boat 18, boat 1 on boat 16, and boat 2 on boat 17.
So as 3 goes wide and 18 stays towards the middle, what is the thought there?
I'm not quite sure. I think for boat 3's point of view, you're winning that combination. At a shifty, tricky place like the Charles, you turn a winning combination into a coin flip, because now if there's a right-hand shift, that boat could now be ahead of you and you're no longer winning it. I think if you're boat 18, you're probably okay with that switch, because you go from a loss to at least maybe a chance that you're ahead. I mean, here comes boat 3 coming back, and they're not ahead of anybody. And good job for boat 17. They were losing to one of those other 2 red boats, and they said, hey, I'm losing this combination, but looking around, I'm ahead of somebody else, so I can be winning a different combination, a different pairing. So they do it.
So great start for Dartmouth, but Yale has...
Yeah, and as I said, if we look out here to the right side of the course,
yeah,
that boat went all the way to the right and got a little bit of a shift and a puff and is now ahead of boat 3, who at the time they were once losing to. So it's not over yet, but as we get closer to the end here, you need to be pretty perfect if you want to keep winning these races. So, all that said, Dartmouth ends up still with a 1-2 at the weather mark, albeit it's a 1-2-6.
Yeah, with 3 taking that gamble, or at least just conceding leverage early, and it proved to be the wrong side of the coin flip.
Right. So still a winning combination, but not a stable winning combination. So the Yale boats who are behind right now are trying to sail high and drag one of those Dartmouth boats up with them and give their teammates an opportunity to get involved. So it looks like Dartmouth has actually done a nice job of kind of dividing up and conquering. And they're still winning 2 pairs at the front. You can see this Yale boat is frantically trying to get over in front of the Dartmouth boat. And they're able to do so at the time. Yeah, great job by boat number 17 from Yale. They were able to get a piece of ahead of one of their Dartmouth opponents, and they immediately went after them and got in front of them. And here's a case where Dartmouth and boat Dartmouth and boat number 2, as we approach Mark 3, if they can head up really hard, yep. Maybe their teammate can go around the outside. Yeah, that was a great save by boat number 2. They positioned themselves really well. They bumped their Yale opponents and let their teammate, boat number 1, go around the outside. It was well done. So Yale had a chance. It wasn't a great one, but they had a little bit of a chance on that last downwind, But as we stand here, Dartmouth actually looks pretty solid at the moment with a 1-2-5. You can see the 5 in the background at mark number 4 just really slowing down their Yale boat. So here's what I was talking about earlier. Boat number 17 from Yale has tried to engage an attacking duel and then has set themselves up so that maybe they're in a spot where they can pin Dartmouth on starboard. Right now, I'm not sure that this Dartmouth boat can tack and cross cleanly, especially if there's a little bit of a right shift. So boat 17 took a little advantage there of the course and of some good boat handling. We'll see if boat 1 can come over and help out a little bit. But yeah, 17 did a really nice job of getting themselves back in the race, breaking up that 1-2.
Oh, wow. Red flag for 2.
Red flag for 2.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty clean dial down from Yale. So now Yale has that 2-3 here, looking to make something happen.
So, all right, so Dartmouth just got the 1. And we've got lots of whistles. I think boat number 2 is just hoping to finish in this case. Obviously, if they get a 2 or 3, they win no matter what. Otherwise, it's a race between 18 and 3. So it looks like second is going to go to Yale. I think third's going to go to Yale. So Dartmouth has a 1-4. And whoever wins this, weren't quite laying. It looks like Yale's going to win this with a 2-3-5. Costly penalty at the end there.
So that keeps Yale clear of Dartmouth, puts 2 losses between the Bulldogs and the Big Green, and that puts Dartmouth in a compromising situation. They're now tied for 5th place with Stanford at 12-8. So here's a look at Brown trying to take a chunk out of the leaders. Roger Williams, they're in the 10-11-12.
Yeah, so we're between marks 3 and 4, and it looks like Brown is in a 1-4-5.
5 doing a great job from Brown, just sailing fast.
Yes, we are.
Kind of let their teammate kind of get left up, and now it's a great opportunity for Brown to convert to a play 1, right? There's a little bit of space there between 3 and 4, so a little bit interesting mark rounding there.
Yeah, so we just want to see them finish. Yep.
Looking for boat 4 to potentially, I mean, you're going to want this pass back to happen earlier rather than later. See, it didn't happen even fast enough in that instance, and you want to make sure you're still covering the boats that went out to the right. So
if I'm Brown, I'm probably conservatively setting up to go play 4, and I think that's what number 6 is doing here.
Yeah, we're definitely going to want to keep an ace here.
Right.
And exactly like you said, they're kind of setting up for that. Tacked over. They're looking to just stay covered on 10, which 10 went with a fake tack there from Raj. Bold move, especially in lighter air.
Little bit of a lefty. Boat number 5 might be able to cross 12. So Brown is in boats number 4 and 5. Roger Williams in 11 and 12 in our view. The finish is coming up on the left side of our screen.
Definitely lightening up just a little bit on that right-hand side there. It's like a little bit more breeze out to the left. 4 doing a good job of just, you know what, I need a balance. Make sure I have this guy who's just out on the right-hand side. I'd be wanting to match their tack just maybe a little bit faster there. Clay, what do you think the biggest...
Interaction between 11 and 4. Yeah, I think 5 needs to clamp down on 12 because you don't want 12 to come over and interfere with your teammate boat 4. And now, as we discussed earlier in the day, boat number 11 has pinned boat 4 on starboard where they can't tack and cross. And it looks like boat 12 is going to cleanly cross here. And I don't think boat 4 is laying and they can't tack because boat 11 has put themselves in a spot where they won't let them.
My question is how well did they hold their ace?
Right. We don't know what's happening with that other pair right there, but we know that Brown finished with a first. Roger Williams is going to finish with a second. Smart on Roger Williams to not finish their third place boat.
From the looks of it, I'm going to assume that Brown did not have an ace, considering their teammate went back. So, oh, I don't. There's no Brown boat in sight at the minute.
Yeah.
Where's the
Their
6th
sixth place?
So it looks like Roger Williams is going to win this one with a 2-3-4. Way to salvage that one because 3/4 of the way up, Brown had a pretty good
1-2.
1-2. So this has happened in a few different races so far, and I've pointed it out, but the boats that are behind are doing a nice job of getting just a grip on the boats ahead of them by getting to windward of them, tacking onto starboard, and then not letting them come back. And if I was a coach right now in the dock, I'd be pointing that out to my sailors that, you know, if you're winning in a close 1-2, you can't put yourself in a position where you can get pinned, and it's come back to bite them.
So a victory for Roger Williams, one where it seemed for a bit Brown might be able to salvage something. Instead, just another win for a team that's atop the standings and more confidence for the Hawks. They've got 2 more races still to go in the round of 8 against the Yale Bulldogs, and then the final race of the round of 8 is up against Harvard, which the more Roger Williams keeps winning, the more Harvard not only will need to beat Roger Williams once, but maybe they'll need to beat him in the Final Four as well. So a victory for Coast Guard there over Stanford. A 1-2 finish for the Coast Guard Academy Bears, and that puts us an end on Flight 7 as Stanford continues to grind through day 3, and things not going as easily for the Cardinal as it certainly did way back on Thursday on day 1.
Yeah, I think it's one of those big mental aspects where it's like you really, that's probably the hardest part about team racing is brushing off the losses. And you see the teams that kind of, have really great control of emotions, and there's so much mental aptitude that comes with it. So having a really good control of that, and beyond that, even if you have good control of it, do your teammates? How much are you supporting them, and helping them push through the losses as well? So, all it takes is this is a total team effort. If one teammate falls, the whole team falls. So, it's when you have those losses, all together, or somebody's got to help the others pick each other back up and just move forward, right? And that was one of the things I was saying with Brown is maybe they were still in the running for the win, right? But even for just to keep trucking along through the days, just, brush it off. We got this. On to the next. Let's go win the next one. Let's go win the next one. Let's go win the next one. Huge mentality.
For Stanford, they've got just one race left to go in the round of 8 following that loss to Coast Guard. And with 9 losses, that does put Stanford on the outside looking in. So suddenly it is officially a race between Yale, Brown, and Dartmouth for that 4th and final spot, the 3rd, 4th final spots. But Yale with just 6 losses, Brown with 7, Dartmouth with 8. Things are really starting to settle in. And it's Roger Williams not looking back. Last year, Harvard finished 19-3 en route to a national championship. Right now, Roger Williams is 17-3. We speculated, Clay, yesterday that the winner of this thing is probably going to end up with more than 3 losses. That'd be different than a year ago, but Roger Williams, for now, is trying to make us look like we don't know what we're talking about. They've run a nice string of victories together here.
They're sailing really well at a really important time of the regatta. Certainly, if they win out, they will win. I think they can even lose a race or 2 and still win the way everything's going. But it's going to be some close racing all the way up to the end. Looks like we're picking up Georgetown, Dartmouth. Georgetown in boats 1, 2, and 3, the red sails. Dartmouth in 16, 17, 18, the blue sails. Seconds to the start.
Pretty close to the line, but plenty of room to accelerate, dip down here. Looks like our 2 pin guys are going to be pretty down the line from everyone else. Oh, not as big of as an acceleration as I was hoping for from boat 2 there.
Yeah, I think they're just struggling to get over the line.
Yeah. Drifting pretty far.
Big lefty.
Ooh, and a cross there from 18. That was pretty close, and they really went for that.
You see on your screen, this is race 145. 151 races will be done through the final 8. So we've got 7 more races, including this one, in order to get us to the final 4. And we've got 80 minutes left to work with before the hard cutoff. Again, keeping you abreast of the situation. That's 80 minutes and 13 races that will need to be completed in the next 80 minutes should we get through the final 4.
Just heard a potential radio call asking umpires what they think of the race, right? Like I said, like we were talking about earlier, when it's super favored off the line, right, or whenever throughout the race, and they may think it's, you know, not a fair race. Umpires play a huge part of that, making those calls and helping our race committees make those calls.
Looks like they just called it back.
Yep.
And that complicates the question that I hypothetically asked of, okay, 13 races left to go, 80 minutes left to go before our cutoff, and a couple of false starts like this, not going to help the cause of getting through that final four. So really the number is 7 races over the next 80 minutes. That's what we're looking to get through here in the round of 8.
I think we'll get through the final 8 without a doubt. It is definitely a question of, and if
You're being optimistic.
I know. It's the thing is like, do you start the final 4 knowing you're not going to finish?
Yeah.
Or do you even just say no? We're not going to get it off. You know.
Yeah, that was the next question. Is okay. Where's the clock once you get through 7 races, and you start playing that math out with, can we get 6 races off in what time is left?
Right.
I think if there's a reasonable opportunity that they can get through the final 4, they'll start it.
Okay.
I think if they look at it and they're like, it's very unlikely, they won't bother even doing a race or 2 of it. But
I mean,
we're an hour away from that decision having to be made.
And bottom line is, right now, Roger Williams is leading in the round of 8. They were leading after the round of 16. So however this plays out, Harvard's obviously looking to make a charge, but if this thing were to get shut down right now after the round of 8, whatever it may be, we don't suspect, the way things are sitting right now, that the result, the winner, would change at least. In your mind, Clay, the round of 8 ends. To get 6 races in, what's the amount of time you would like to have on the clock?
Well, each race takes about 10 minutes, but you can do 2 races at a time. You know, the bummer is that the teams aren't on the dock to rotate quickly. You have to wait for that second race to finish so that you can sail again. Like, if teams 1 and 2 are in the first race and teams 3 and 4 in the second race, 3 or 4 needs to race 1 or 2.
So you got to get them into the
Yeah,
boats,
you got to
into the
finish
water.
both of those races to get started on the next one. You probably need at least 45 minutes of smooth racing, without delays, without big wind shifts.
I can imagine rotations, like, to maybe speed things up.
They might not-
Rotations on the water.
They might not even rotate. They might just say, hey, for the final 4, you guys are all just going to stay in your boats.
Yeah.
I think that's certainly a possibility. But I think we're going to be up against it. It's going to be close. I hope we get it in, but we will see.
I mean, the way that it does look like they have it slotted out where each team will stay in their respective boats. So we do have the tentative. Team 2 would be the black, team 3 stays in green, white, and pink for teams 1 and 4. So at least what the PRO is saying seems to be that they have it lined up exactly that way, knowing that we're up against it. The clock is a factor. Getting races in is better than not getting any races in. But moments like this aren't helping with the clock counting.
And they're in sequence again.
Georgetown in the red, 1, 2, 3. Dartmouth, the blue, 16, 17, 18. This race, in terms of what it means, it's Dartmouth looking to find its way past Brown, leapfrog the Bears for 4th place in the standings.
Definitely, it's tight racing for everyone at the minute, quite honestly. Especially for 3rd to 6th place at the minute. It's just every single race counts. And even 3rd is so Yale University Bulldogs, so close. Just one win out of 2nd. So Breeze is looking good, though. I'll tell you what. Not gonna jinx it.
Is there a mecca of sailing when you think of wind conditions and pristine course, either domestically, internationally? Is there somewhere that's renowned for, okay, if you're a sailor, you want to be able to compete here?
There are definitely some ideal locations. I mean, San Francisco Bay jumps to mind. It's always breezy out there, really good sailing. Miami's an awesome place to sail, especially in the wintertime when the weather's colder.
Wow, 18 did a great job pushing 3 over there. I know boat 18's pretty happy with that. 16 is in a pretty good spot. I'd say 6, so if I were looking at it and I was 16 and I was over, I'd be like, you know what, but I actually am not in too bad of a spot against boat 3 here. Coming back, let's see how they come back. If they're ducking, I take that back, and that is the case.
So it looks like if they can distribute properly, Georgetown in 1, 2, and 3 could be winning 3 pairs. 2's ahead of 18 out on the left side of the course, 1's ahead of 17 in the middle, and 3's ahead of 16 on the right.
Georgetown on a hot streak today, huh? Doing a great job.
Take out all the one thing that I need to be white balance.
I would have looked for that pin just a little bit earlier from boat 2.
There might have been some contact between their rigs, and I see
up.
boat 18 put their hand up. I think boat 2 probably fouled there, and they're taking their penalty. Okay, so now boats 1 and 17 are ahead. 1's ahead of 17, 3's ahead of 16. I think Georgetown's play is to try to convert to a play 1 with those 2 boats at the weather mark. And 18's put themselves in a spot where 1 might not be able to tack because 18 is on starboard. You can see boat 1 looking over their shoulder, checking out boat 18. They're going to try it. Let's see. I don't think they're crossing.
Beautiful tack, though.
18's flying.
Yep. So 18.
Pretty good placement there.
Yeah, good lee bow.
Now they've got to worry about, do I have the cross on 2? They do.
So as it stands, it looks like Georgetown has a 1-4-5. We'll see if Dartmouth can shake it up a
goodness,
little
how
bit.
did 18 just get like, I mean, this boat speed right there from boat 18 went from like being leeward back to somehow ended up windward of boat 1.
Yeah, they put a really good lee bow on them. And
Wow.
And were able to pinch them off, and boat 1 was in bad air and slowly just fell down and into them.
It just looked like they were overlapped originally, those very well done by 18. So looks like Georgetown has a play 4.
Yeah, classic play 4 versus play 2 at the weather mark. 1, 4, 5, 2, 3, 6.
Yeah, so if you're Georgetown, you're boat 2, you want to keep that ace, right? If I'm Dartmouth and boat 17-16, which you can watch them executing now, what they're doing is they're building a wall, essentially, making it really hard for the Georgetown boats to move forward.
Great job by 18 there to just really hold up boat number 1 from Georgetown and let their teammate get around them.
Only concern now is that looking forward, boat 16 didn't slow too exactly just enough. So, you know, if 3 were just a little bit closer from Georgetown, there's a chance that they could have already converted to a play 1. But that's one of those cases where we talked about earlier. The first place boat is just not sticking around close enough and kind of missing that opportunity for a conversion to a play 1.
Yeah, it looks like 16 spinning here, and what happened was boat 18 was coming across on starboard and called starboard, and the Georgetown boat couldn't jibe because boat 16 was in the way and refusing to jibe, so boat 16 was penalized, which is a big bummer for Dartmouth there.
Georgetown looking like they have a 1-2 at the minute. 1 is on starboard inside, trucking along. If not 1 being inside of 17, then 2 is, but and even if they're not, boat 3 is close enough to help them out.
Yeah, boat 3 should set themselves up to bump on 17 a little bit and let their teammates 1 and 2 get around them. Boat 3 needs to keep the inside. Looks like they're going to try and go play 1 with their teammate boat 2. Another untimely penalty on the Dartmouth team. Interesting. So I think both made a mistake giving up the inside to 17. 17's going to sneak in first place.
I do agree with that. Now you just got to fall back to a play 2. 2, 3, 4. (17) doing a great job from Dartmouth right now, just slowing down and making sure that the race all comes together. You want everybody to pile up on one another to slow it all down. And interestingly enough, in the 2, 3, 4, the 4 from Georgetown somehow didn't have as strong of a mark rounding, and so one of the Dartmouth boats was able to sneak inside of them. So now they've got a little bit of leverage here on the 2, 3, 4. And Clay, I'm sure you've seen it before, but if you don't have a strong 2, 3, 4, it can very quickly kind of fall apart on you.
Yeah, it can. Fortunately, they weren't able to get a full grip on that guy. But you're right. They need to be a little cleaner around the corners if they're going to maintain that 2, 3, 4.
Take a look at the standings, and this is the start of flight number 8. This is a matchup between Dartmouth and Georgetown. You see where those teams stand. A win by Georgetown here would draw them back even, not with just Stanford, but Dartmouth as well. They'd be a tie for 5th, and it would be a big boost to Brown, who's trying to hold off Dartmouth for a top 4 finish.
So I see on the far side there, boat number 3 is really trying to clamp down on 16 and let their teammate number 1 sail fast. 2 needs to do the same thing to 18 for them to have any chance. 17 is looking for an opportunity to make a pass back on the near side of our screen. This is a competing pass backs drill. It's whichever group can do it quicker is usually the one that comes out ahead when it's all said and done with.
It's one of those tough things where 17 just came down a little bit to help out his teammate in 18, and you see 3 tacked off and maybe a little bit more advantaged on boat 17 at the minute.
Yeah, 17, this is called a speed pass back, where 17 positions themselves nicely on boat 2 so that they don't have to actually slow down. They're just going to give them dirty air slowly. But meanwhile, the right side of the course, Georgetown was able to do their pass back and get a right shift, and it looks like they're coming in with at least a first place finish, number 3. If they can sneak into a 1-2 here, that'd be a big win for Georgetown.
17 on lay line, but it doesn't look like they're going to have the 1 because the boat is slightly favored.
Yeah, I don't even think they're going to lay. I think number 3 is going to win, and I think that second place Georgetown boat's going to get second.
It's 1-2.
Yeah, Georgetown's going to win that one with a 1-2.
Really impressive stuff on day 3 from Georgetown. They hit the round of 8, and they got the act together. Georgetown has been one of the best teams, maybe just shy of Roger Williams in the round of 8, frankly.
1,000%. Yeah, I mean, they've been on a hot streak all day long. Absolutely, like, truly having very textbook moments on the race course where they're just doing everything you're supposed to do in good and bad situations. And I think they're just minimizing error, and that brings you up in team racing.
Wait, do you want me to stay with watermelon?
Other races that are on the water in Flight 8, Harvard Brown, Roger Williams, and Yale. We've got just 6 races in the round of 8 left to go. We do update you that we've got just about 1 hour until the hard 5 o'clock cutoff. So these sailors are going to be flirting with a time crunch as we approach the final 4. Harvard and Brown on the water, and Harvard needing to make moves quickly to try and catch on up to Roger Williams.
So yeah, this is the race immediately following the one we just watched. Harvard is in 4-5-6. Presumably they're coming up the last beat right now. We can see from the drone footage that I guess all we really know is that boat 4 is ahead of 10, coming back from the right side of the screen. I'm wondering if we can see.
Here comes 12, swinging in away from the left.
That looks like a Harvard boat to me in the middle. Boat 4 needs to clamp on boat 10. You don't want to give 10 an opportunity to get close to 5. And you can see boat 4 is slowing down. They're wiggling back and forth. They're really trying to slow down boat 10 so that their teammate in 5 can get ahead of them. Over trimming their main. They're going back and forth. And boat 10, what they're thinking is, I have to get a grip of boat 5. I can't let them tack. I have the starboard tack advantage. If we can just prevent them from tacking and crossing, we can hold them off. So this is going to be close with 5 and 10.
Crossing.
And they're going to get them. So that was a really nice job by boat 4 there to put the brakes on boat number 10 really hard and let their teammates sail fast and get around them, and Harvard's going to end up winning this pivotal race with a 1-2.
That must feel good for them, you know, when you're actually completing that cross, feels great, and then you can't help but if you're that boat 10, it's like drop in the stomach, you know, a pit in the stomach rather.
So for Harvard, what this does is this brings them back to within a half-point victory of Roger Williams. But the other race that's on the course right now is Yale against Roger Williams. And the last race in the round of 8, which could potentially, based on time, it could be our last race, and that all remains to be seen. But in order for all the chips to be on the table for race 151, Roger Williams and Yale, if Yale is able to beat Roger Williams here, that would set up race 151 perhaps for the national championship.
You're right. This is an important race for Yale and Roger Williams that's going on the course. And Roger Williams is in 13, 14, 15, and Yale looks to be in 7, 8, 9, pink sails.
If you're a fan of Roger Williams, you're rooting for 13, 14, 15. If you're rooting for high drama, maybe you're rooting for Yale, because that could set up a massive race for perhaps national championship implications to wrap up race 151.
I like the drama. Drama's fun. For us, at least.
Absolutely.
And viewers.
So I would say Roger Williams probably has the edge right now. It looks like they're leading back from the left. 14 is leading boat 7 back from the left. Yeah.
Raj has a pretty good hold here. 14 and 13. Nice control of the right, the left. 7 doing a great job, kind of trying to sucker them into some tacks here. But I'm not sure 13 has much of a cross on boat 7. Granted, 13's coming in on starboard, but that just means there's some sort of interactions we'll be seeing. Tight spot to tack in for boat 7.
I actually think Roger Williams won that with a 1-2.
Might have just gotten 1-2 at the end there.
Yeah, but 1-2 or 1-3, no matter how you slice it, it's a win for Roger Williams.
So Roger Williams finds itself with a 1.5 point lead in the win in Lost Column when you factor it all in over Harvard. So it still sets up high drama for race number 151 should we get through the final 4. But the timing of all of that is still very much up in the air. We've got 4 more races to go here in the round of 8, and we've got about 55 minutes on the clock to get through 4 races in the round of 8, plus 6 more races in the final 4. So that's where everything feels a little tenuous right now as we enter the final race for each of these 8 schools. Right now, Yale has assured itself a spot in the Final 4. Roger Williams, Harvard, and Yale are all in the Final 4. Brown, Dartmouth, Georgetown, and Stanford are all separated by a win and a loss. If Brown wins, they're in the Final 4. Brown's opponent is Coast Guard, so they can save a lot of heartache and anguish for a lot of folks involved with this event if Brown is able to win not the next race, but the race following Dartmouth and Stanford.
And it seems like if we don't do a Final 4, after this win, Raj has secured the title.
Yeah, they've got that lead, regardless of if they lose to Harvard in our final race of the round of 8.
Right.
So that takes a lot of the drama out of that last race, assuming the Final 4 does not get competed. But still have to wait and see on how the officials decide to play out the string. Doing a little bit of quick math, even if things were to play out as efficiently as possible, The end of the Roger Williams Harvard race might still take us close to 4:30 Eastern time. 4 more races to go, but Dartmouth and Stanford just swap in the boats of Roger Williams and Harvard.
I'm actually hearing lots of cheers in the background. Presumably that's for Roger Williams as they come back to the dock.
Perhaps they've gotten communication that the Final Four might also might not be on the radar.
Yeah, whether they've communicated it or not, time is going to be of the essence, and it's looking less and less likely as we go.
So they know what that win over Yale means in the larger scope. But they'll still want to take care of business in the final race of the round of 8 against Harvard regardless.
How about that pin start, Clay?
Pretty good.
You like that? What's better than winning the pin?
What's that?
Just shutting out people from starting at all. And just being late to the line, right? So Dartmouth looks pretty strong. They're in 16, 17, 18, I believe. Stanford 16, 17, 18. Dartmouth in 1, 2, 3. So that's a great, I think, decent start for Stanford here. Looks like they are the leeward, slightly more controlled boat on the right-hand side. Leeward slightly more controlled in the middle. And same thing on the left-hand side here, leading back boat 16.
So this race right now between Dartmouth and Stanford, pair of teams that find themselves in a 3-way tie for 5th place. The winner of this keeps themselves in the discussion to level off with Brown, but Brown's the next team on the water, and they can take care of business and lock up 4th place with a win over Coast Guard.
It looks like they blew this race off.
Further complicating thoughts of a Final Four.
Yeah.
But you can't be too early. You can't be eager beaver and start celebrating now, right? It's one of those things where you really don't want to start showing off or anything. I believe it was a very similar situation last year with Harvard knew going into the Final Four as it started lightening up very aggressively during the Final Four that they knew that they were going to win regardless. But, you know, they had to go sail the race, and no matter what happened in that race, they just kind of knew. But they had to keep their composure. You know, you're not going to start celebrating early and shove it in people's faces or anything. It was very, very sportsmanlike, I would say, across sailing when, you know, people they wait to celebrate.
But the math favors Roger Williams at the moment. They know it with one more race still to go. Harvard took down the title last year with a mark of 19-3. Roger Williams would look to match that with a win in race 151. 19-3 on the table for the Hawks.
You know what happens when you win in sailing?
Tell me.
If you win, you swim. So you go swimming. Go for a nice swim.
Is there a certain meeting point? Is it off the shore you jump in? Do you all get on boats and jump in? What are we going to be seeing?
Depends. Sometimes you see some backflips off the boats. Sometimes
Sure.
backflips off the docks. You know, it's very, very exciting, very fun to watch the winning team celebrate.
Do you save that for the national championship, or is that every regatta you just let it out?
You know, I wish it was every regatta. That'd be really sweet. That would be awesome. But unfortunately, I think most coaches on a normal weekend don't want to drive back a few hours with like soaking wet kids. So no, unfortunately, it's just reserved for the nationals. But I guess, you know, you could do it if you wanted to. One of those things. Nobody's going to stop you, but definitely it's a very neat special nationals moment.
As we get ready to restart all of this between Dartmouth and Stanford, race 148 out of 151. We've got 4 more races to go, and there's the math at the top. Harvard, they were hoping for the win to knock down Roger Williams to 17-4 to keep them within arm's reach. But even if Harvard is able to win the final race of the round of 8, it would still put Roger Williams at 18-4, Harvard at 17.5-4, and it could very much raise the possibility of what could have been in race 100, where head-to-head against Roger Williams, Harvard was docked a point, or half a point, and that is what has allowed the momentary excitement for Roger Williams, knowing that mathematically they'll have a lead through the round of 8.
Sounds like they just restarted this race. Heard the 3-minute gun go off, so we're going to have Dartmouth in 1, 2, and 3 red sails against Stanford in 16, 17, 18, and blue sails. That's the 2-minute gun, 2-minute horn.
We talked yesterday about Robert Bragg, skipper for Dartmouth, class of 23. He's, in fact, a 5th year. You see that. Graduated a year ago, or at least that was his class standing. Took a gap year. We talked all about it. He comes from a Virginia town of 400 people and is somebody that knew the woods up in Hanover, New Hampshire were for him. It's not for everybody, but for the Bragg, he and Reese, from Virginia on up to Hanover, it was a logical jump for them to spend their years of college.
You know, I realize we have two sets of siblings going against each other in this race. You've got the Larkamp sisters against the Braggs. Again, it's Dartmouth in boats 1, 2, and 3, and Stanford in 16, 17, 18 here. Pretty light off the starting line. Pin boats are barely making it, tacking straight off the starting line.
So as this race gets underway, we have a unique situation where race number 148 might, in fact, be starting after race 149.
Yeah, I think they actually abandoned this race and sent them back to the starting line. But the race following this, Brown Coast Guard, didn't get that wind shift. So they're still racing, and you can see them in the background going up the last beat. So that's good for our progress in trying to get to the end of this thing and hopefully leave ourselves a little bit of time to do a Final Four. 2 races are on the course right now, and 2 more need to happen.
And it has been communicated to us that from race officials, obviously they're working real hard to keep that course square. And as we had talked about, based on the projections for the Final Four, to us it had been clear that the teams would stay in the boat. There will be no rotations, and coaches will be given a boat to go out and coach between races and keep things right where they need to be. But again, that is a hard 5 o'clock Eastern time stop. So we are 42 minutes away from needing to have all 6 Final Four races started.
They, it sounds to me from that communication that they are actively thinking about doing this Final Four.
Yeah.
So they'll keep all the teams that make the Final Four in the boats, no rotating. They're going to put some coaches on the water so that they can coach on the way downwind from the finish to the starting line and see if there's an opportunity to get these last few races in. So checking back in on this race, Dartmouth in 1, 2, and 3. Looks like boat 1 had a tough start and is trying to catch up. Boat 2 looks like they're ahead of 17 in the middle. 18 looks like they have 3 coming in from the left. I know 2's hoping to get a grip, just a piece of 18 and slow them down and prevent a 1-2 from Stanford at the top. Interesting. So Stanford is going to round in first. Close cross by 18. And Stanford's going to be in a 1-3-4 here at this mark. So here's an example where this lead Dartmouth boat probably could be a little closer and more engaged, and if they could pounce on number 2 and let their teammates go by, maybe convert to a more stable play 1. And now it looks like 17's actually peeled off, and they're going to try and sail fast. Maybe they can go into a play 1 with their first base boat. So 17 sailing fast, straight to the mark. Their teammate, who rounded in first, also sailing fast and high, protecting the inside. There's a pretty high likelihood that Stanford's going to be 1-2 at the bottom down here.
You barely saw Georgetown cross your screen, the 7 boat for the Hoyas. That's the next race to follow, race 150. So as we talked about, these race organizers, they haven't given up hopes of getting in the Final Four yet. Not by a long shot.
Here's Mark 3 in our view, the bottom of our screen. So 16 and 17 are going to run in first and second. 18 did a nice little hit on their Dartmouth opponents by taking 2 of them up and slowing them down, and then rounding in fourth. 1-2-4 is a pretty stable combination. I think if I'm boat 18, I'm going to try to go pretty slowly here, just make it that much harder on Dartmouth to try and catch up, let my teammates get ahead even further. I like to see boat 16 tack right as this first Dartmouth boat's about to round right now. Oh, love it. So now they're going to cover boat 2 out to the left-hand side and let boat 17 take the right-hand side. So coming up the last beat, we can see the finish line at the middle top of our screen here. Stanford is looking pretty solid. For boat 17 to tack on 2 and just lead them back towards the line.
I think Stanford's had a bit of a tough day, so I think it'll be nice for them to kind of end it on a win here.
For Stanford, what this does is this concludes their regatta with a tie for 5th place. It bumps Dartmouth down momentarily outside of 5th place. We did not see the conclusion of Brown Coast Guard, but the Brown Bears knocked off Coast Guard, and so Brown will be your 4th team in the Final Four. And then we'll still wait on the conclusion of Yale and Georgetown to determine if Yale's going to be tied with Brown, if Yale's going to be sole possession of 3rd place, and that'll sort out the pairings. But the one race that is left to go of major consequence is whether Harvard can stay in contact with Roger Williams. With a win, Harvard would draw back to within 1/2 point of first place. If not, Roger Williams enters the Final Four with a 2.5 point lead over Harvard, and that would make it not impossible, but it would create a very, very tough scenario for Harvard to track down Roger Williams. It would require 3 wins by Harvard. It would require Yale, Brown, and Harvard to knock off Roger Williams in the championship round of 4. So Harvard, for all intents and purposes, assuming we're able to get through the Final Four, Harvard needs a win right now to keep feasible national championship hopes alive.
That's right.
Got
That's
it?
Right.
Those are the stakes. So we weren't sure whether Harvard and Roger Williams were going to be able to swap out of the boats that we just saw finish. It looks like Harvard and Roger Williams are going to stay in the red and blue boats. So what we are watching now, Georgetown in the pink, 7, 8, 9. Yale in the green, 13, 14, 15.
Georgetown is a force to be reckoned with today.
Mm-hmm.
They are looking very fast, and they're making all the right moves today.
Well, they've had a great day, but as we look at this now, they're currently losing 1-5-6 as we approach the finish line. And time's running out for them to try and play spoiler and take a race off of Yale.
You definitely want to watch 9. Or you hope that 9 is going to slow down 13.
9's going to need to try something as we get closer to the finish line.
Oh, a dial down there from boat 8 from Georgetown. Just looking for a call here. It's kind of one of those Hail Mary, kind of at the end, hoping for something.
Yeah, but I will say boat 17 is poking out on 13 a little bit, and 13 had to tack away. So I can't tell where the finish line is, but if 9 can clamp on 15, no one can really get to 7.
Right.
I think 7 ran out of runway before they could get ahead of 15, so 15's able to stay ahead of them.
Looking pretty slow out to the right, though. Looks like all these boats on the left are kind of coming back with something here.
Three pairs. Yale is winning 2 of them, and Georgetown is winning 1 of them. And
you only need 2 to win a race.
That's true.
Starboard port here.
Close finish.
Clean tack by 14. 8.
I'm going to give that one to 9. So Georgetown with a 1, Yale with a 2, a 3,
4,
and a 4 or a 5. Either way you slice it, Yale's going to win this one, either 2-3-4 or 2-3-5.
Locks the Bulldogs into sole possession of 3rd place. So we know our Final Four. The 1 seed is Roger Williams, the 2 is Harvard, the 3 is Yale, the 4 the Brown Bears. And now it's just a matter of whether Roger Williams would have a just about inconceivable lead heading into that Final Four, or whether Harvard is able to take race 151 from them and set up a lot of drama over our final 6 races if we're able to get those in over the final 30 minutes.
It's definitely helpful that Yale just won that. You know, like we were saying earlier, is you want every single point that you can get. So doesn't matter when that point occurs, but you're going to need it in the end. It could always be the ultimate tiebreaker for your team. So that was well done by Yale. Pressure was on. They executed. So hats off to them.
See the celebration from Roger Williams. They're fired up. hard work has gone in over the last 2+ days, and they are in a position to just about solidify things should we have a conclusive Final Four. Regardless, they are going to have a lead through the round of 8. We do know that.
Really nice to see that they've allowed the spectators onto the pavilion today, especially on that top floor in particular. Yesterday, that was filled with teams from all over the country, and today seems like we're allowing the parents and friends and kiddos to all come and watch some of the racing.
The one disappointing thing, though, is that it's April 27th, and they're forcing everyone to have jackets and scarves, and at some point, although actually the next couple of days it looks like it's really going to turn. Obviously, it's always chillier on the water, but you can speak to it the best. Yesterday, it just got darn cold by the end.
Oh, I was freezing. I'll be honest. Yeah, and I'm from Chicago, but this was not very uncool for April weather. But look at this start over here. Clay, what are you seeing?
Yeah, 10 seconds to go before the start. Harvard is in 10, 11, 12, and Roger Williams is in 4, 5, 6.
Already looks kind of like a rough start for boat 5 from Raj.
Yeah.
Oh, boat 6 over as well. That's 2 Roger Williams boats starting from behind here.
Yeah, not ideal for those guys. I will say boat 4 had a pretty good start and is to leeward and ahead of boat 10, so that's okay. We'll see if Harvard can divide up and take advantage of that. So this is an important race for both of these squads. As you mentioned, Adam, you know, if Roger Williams wins this, well, regardless, Roger Williams will be the leader after this round. If we get a Final Four in, we get a Final Four. And actually, we just got word that they don't feel comfortable that they can complete a Final Four, and this is going to be the last race of the regatta. So, by my count, win or lose, Roger Williams is going to end up being our team racing national champions, and Harvard will end up being second.
Open Team Racing National Champions. Congratulations to Roger Williams University. They come into this race with a mark of 18-3, looking to match Harvard's 19-3 from a year ago that allowed the Crimson to take down the national championship.
Now the question is, did they know that going into this race?
Probably better if they didn't.
No, 100% better that they didn't. It's one of those things as a coach where it's like, do you tell the kids or not? You know, especially when it comes to like tight scoring. Sometimes in the sport of sailing, you know, especially in fleet racing in particular, but people don't like to look at their scores because sometimes they know that they might crumble under the pressure. So it's one of those things of like, coaches get to know their sailors so well that they're like, well, I can't tell you, but I can tell you because I know you'll do well with the pressure. So,
don't tell kids
things.
They've got a snow day the next day.
Yeah.
Make them go to bed at their normal time.
There you go.
So as we watch this race, it is worth reiterating that our coverage continues tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We will take you to sundown, and then it continues. That is the Women's Team Racing Championships. 12 teams will compete. And then on Monday, coverage will begin and take us through the round of 8 into the Final Four as well. And so with 12 teams, we will have a handful of fewer races compared with the 120 races in the round of 16 that's needed, 121 races needed for the round of 12. And so a little bit of a different calculus, and we'll be moving on through, and we'll have you covered just about all the way.
So it looks like Roger Williams is rounded in first. Harvard is rounded in second. Roger Williams is trying to go play 4. And Harvard's trying to make this into a 2-3 play 2, really.
The only loss for Roger Williams in the round of 8 so far to the Georgetown Hoyas just speaks to how well Georgetown has been competing here on the third day, and mostly through the second part. Losses in the round of 16 came to the hands of Stanford Cardinal and also at the hands of the Harvard Crimson. So Harvard's already knocked off Roger Williams. Do they have one more in them? Even though it's just about assured, we know Roger Williams, national champs. Harvard will finish second.
We're watching a really good 1-4-5 versus 2-3-6 again. Harvard in 2 and 3 are trying to slow down boat 6. Roger Williams, boat 5, is trying to slow down Harvard. It's boat 12 in the end at the back. Oh, and that was a good move too. They didn't have a great grip, so they did a little switch. They might even switch back right here. Pretty smooth by Roger Williams.
And Roch doing an excellent job kind of sailing their teammates back into the race, huh?
And the first boat from Roger Williams just did a nice job of picking off number 10 from Harvard and allowing his teammate to get ahead of him. Good close racing going on right now.
Boat 10 and 11, I'm just looking for them to essentially build a wall to block off the breeze from one of the Roger Williams boats. They're close enough here to make something happen.
Well, the one good thing we have here, if you're Harvard, is that boat 11 might be on the inside.
Ooh, maybe some contact there as well between boat 10 and 5.
10's petitioning for it.
Oh, interesting.
Green flag. Mark 3 is coming into view. It does look like 4 is actually going to keep the inside and be in front. But Harvard might have converted to a 2-3-4 down here.
Well done.
12's looking to break the overlap on 4 and force him to round the mark.
Now it's tough, like 4's doing a good job. You want to really slowly round the mark. Just looks like they're stopped for pretty hard for 1 second, but they did a great job, great roll job. Right back at it. So you've got a 2-3-4 as Harvard here. Not very stable, Clay. Just because you can see boat 12 is pretty low. 10 is maybe going to be able to get ahead of 5. What's the key to success here to get around Mark 4 and keeping the play 2?
2-3, yeah, I think their goal is to round in an organized manner. If they can round 1 in a row, 1, 2, then 3, then 4, it allows them to set up their covering scheme nicely on the last beat. And you can see Roger Williams is trying to disturb that. Their boat in first, went down hard on them. I like that move by 11. Try and give their teammates 12 and 10 a little bit more space. Close call at the bottom mark there.
Wow. Red flag for boat 5 from Roger Williams. That's going to put him pretty dead in the water. Stop there.
Yeah, that. Imagine if a national championship were on the line on this race. Roger Williams already locked it up, but
right.
A red flag, consequential to the race, but not to the overall landscape of the national championship.
So the finish line is in the top left of our screen. We're running out of starboard tack room here. Boat 12 is just going to do a nice job of covering 6. I think if you're 11 right now, you need to keep sailing fast and try not to engage in boat 6 with boat 6 at all. I don't know if 10 necessarily has the 1, but 4 certainly can't tack and cross at this moment.
I'd say with such a deep 6 as well from Roger Williams, out if I were 12, I'd try to put, slow down that boat next to them from Raj just by a bit, as much as I can here.
If I'm 11, I'm nervous because they can't tack and cross 6.
Right.
6 maybe just let them off the hook a little bit by tacking themselves.
Right. Some action there between 10 and 4, but I believe 4 may be spinning now from Roger Williams.
Yeah, 11 needs to get across 6 and not be pinned out from them, which is good that they're doing that. So Harvard now has the 1. Roger Williams has sacrificed that, and they're coming back as the 2, trying something. Meanwhile, that deep 6 is going out to the right side of the course in some pressure and on the long tack to the finish line.
I've seen it way too often before where that boat just gets let go and they come back in the 1 and everything gets stirred up.
Yep.
Which actually looks like what may happen here. I'm not sure they have the cross on 10, but they're coming in and they've caught up enough where they can come back across and help boat 4.
Absolutely.
And it's one of those situations where, 2 guys against 2 guys is better than 1 guy against 2 boats is better than against 2 boats. Is a much stronger play than 1 boat against 2 boats. So here they are coming in for help. Reinforcements have been called in.
So Harvard is now in a play 4, where boat 10 is in first place, 11 is in 4th, and 12 is in 5th.
12 just needs to hold the ace here.
Right. It's really important for 12 to maintain their lead over boat 6. Yeah, I just heard a flag. It looked like 6 went for a fake tack, and Harvard didn't really bite, and then they went back down and got called for a kinetics violation and has to spin. So now Harvard's just thinking about finishing the race. 11 is pinned.
Which is all right in this scenario.
It's fine if 12 gets a 3rd place out of it.
That's exactly right. Which they're maintaining speed, and they're just pushing 4 and 5 to finish here.
11 should just
duck.
Duck.
I would have gone for a duck there. Oof. And that's a 3. That's a 1-3 from Harvard.
Yeah, so Harvard's going to win this race, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Roger Williams is your national champions.
2024 National Champions Open Team Racing. The Roger Williams Hawks finished with a mark of 18 and 4. Harvard finishes 17 and a half and 4. It all comes back to that half point in race 100. Had that half point not been deducted, these teams would have finished with identical 18 and 4 records. And Harvard had the head-to-head, winning both races against Roger Williams. So it all falls in the hands of the half-point deduction that was made in race 100, and that is the difference when it's all said and done. Roger Williams finds its way to its 2nd national championship in program history. Congratulations to the Roger Williams Hawks.
Well, that was some great team racing over the last 3 days as we watched the Roger Williams Hawks celebrate a well-deserved win. I said in the beginning, this team is so well coached. Congratulations to Amanda Callahan, who's such a great team racer herself and a great coach. Those guys look so happy, and I'm really happy for them. But we saw some great team racing over the last few days, some really good battles back and forth. As somebody who sailed in college sailing and has coached a lot and seen it, it's pretty apparent to me that the level of team racing in college is really high right now. All of these teams are so very good.
Look no further than the run that the Georgetown Hoyas made on day 3. And it's time for Roger Williams to hit the water.
There you go. Yeah, second Open Team Racing National Championship in the program. Since 2011. They were runners up in, I believe, 2018 for the Open Team Race Nationals, but gosh, it must feel really good to be the to make history in their program.
So it's an easy bus ride back to Rhode Island for Roger Williams, and it's an even lighter ride back to Rhode Island for Roger Williams when this is all said and done, as they've got the Open Team Racing National Championship under its belt. Major congratulations in order. We'll show you the final standings one final time. We know that as we run out of time to get you the final 4, those 6 races not taking place. Roger Williams had the lead after the round of 16. Roger Williams with the lead after the round of 8, your rightful national champs. And there's a look, that half point, the difference for Roger Williams. Harvard taking care of the Hawks, both head-to-head meetings, but Roger Williams taking care of the rest and dropping just 4 along the way. Only 2 other along the way outside of their 2 losses to Harvard.
Yeah, I think if you're Harvard, I mean, speaking as an alum from 20 years ago, I think that it probably stings a little bit that you beat Roger Williams twice, and that half a point was a discretionary penalty that the judges imposed on you. And that's the difference maker here. And they won last year, so I know their aspirations were pretty high this year. And in such a competitive field, it's so hard to win a national championship and even harder to repeat and defend your title on your home waters. So I'm sure they're a little bit bummed out at the result.
Kind of just goes to show you never really want to leave it up to protests or umpire calls to win a national championship. You know, you just want clean racing out there, and just one of those tough things. And I think it's a hard lesson to learn, but they've sailed incredibly well. All that being said, very, very talented team, and like you said, a lot of them coming back from last year, and big hats off to them because they still sailed one heck of a regatta, so kudos to them.
Stanford finishes 5th, the tie for 6th between Dartmouth and Georgetown, and Coast Guard rounds out the top 8, finishing 8th with a mark of 9 and 13 over the 3 days here. As we take one more look at Roger Williams, 18-4. They've got their 2nd national championship in program history, the 1st since 2011. That'll do it for our coverage of the Open Team Racing National Championships. We pick it back up tomorrow with the Women's Team Racing Championships. Coverage begins at 1 o'clock as we join midstream in the round of 12. For my broadcast partners, Clay Johnson and Gloria Kevlicuite, and for our entire ESPN crew, I'm Adam Giardino saying so long from the Charles River in Boston. Roger Williams, your 2024 Open Team National Champs.
Yeah, there he is.
Strange, right? Because
Why didn't you relay this information earlier? This is the first day of my season. I guess you got it. But you realize it's a plus, right? That's hilarious.
Well, that's well, Dan, at that point, that's what you're saying.
So trivia guys.
Oh, just run down on the pier. Run down on the pier. She's right there.
Well, I don't know. That's psychologically, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Jake's. I don't know. What's your telephone? You tell Jake, Jake can tell me, and I'll tell them what's happening. What's happening is going to be happening here right now. I wish I was more southern here, better than Larry. I'm really feeling stable, you know? Yeah, or like, oh, this weather. You know, Lucas got just that. He was like, I need to be able to see. Carter was a well, how are you? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, up here is the only place to go. Yeah, but he was so strong. Yeah, but once it's I think we could definitely be a lot of we might be able to be good. Tomato. How's the and we can pretend that we're on the other side. Hi guys, we're on the right. What if we can convince them that we're on the other side? How will this impact the changes
Lachlan.
I have family from out of town who are here at 7 o'clock dinner tonight, and I really will eat that seafood for we have
no matter what happened, there was going to be more what's going on. Yeah.